And good morning, everyone. My name is Sonia Begay, and I'm the Executive Staff Assistant with the Office of the President and the Vice President. I'd like to welcome everybody to our 2021 Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities virtual conference. This will be a 3-day event starting today, going through tomorrow, and ending on Friday. Welcome, everyone, and hope that you join along with your family and your children. Right now, we'll go to our program with Dr. Perfilia Fowler, Division Director, Human Resources.
Yeah, Yat Kato Kodoi Nidish Edge, Shady my Deshkis in Schlong, Todich Bashichin, Alo Trapa Hadash Chado, Asche Edashanale, Totus Ahol Yeda Ade is a Chishike, could the Takahot Zande A Nashnish, Ado Telete Nat Ani Itlinja, Aja Aya, Division of Human Resource, Ya Aja Shananish Nat E. Ado Aya. Di ekona asa setado in Shichito ze edo, but that is bada. But ekodo a strengthening Navajo Families Communities they no nasko net nije nta kesto nahat ado be in nato be sitini zenishi but sato be il neto le akol tashi katkodo so doesn't lini be il neto le chikedo shidne. Kodoho jandole, shamana hastan, yadelhil. Zehlistan, twistan, ado chalhil. Ayol kal, no de tui, hachelti hachelwan. Nadal gay nadal tui. Tadedin ani, sa ana rebik ahajon. Di in the net an oslini di bini bi hon hitanahi kal. Kodo egon haalchine, ni hinat lini ut al kodo. The Ghana at strengthening Navajo families and communities long is not that we up. Kashine la ho one has uncle, Nihimasan in Hiche, Adon Himan Hije, and the Sehi Nihimayajin Hitatan Lini, and Zaha Kes, Lido Adon Nahat Aho Wadoha Hazla, Be ina il Ido be Nasco net Nijit, so den Zini e Quado, not until Olieni il Ketasso. Njono bikit I trado njono nihilnda hasnet dole. Ado be enanit dole. Nihirana has argo nihikonta del kleo. Nihironesh gishnas trago nihitas etnas lago. Ado kon nihitak nihikeya dan lago. Nihinal tloshi. Nda kreko ya at kon hilnahot atole. Chumana hastan. Ya at kon nasko net nijit. Nane tahtole, nane katole. Ikena ta iltitole, yo onnepe. Kashin zago kon, etahuil zato hitahasil lante. Ado dinas ni hito ni hit alto dole. Ni hamasane ni hit che. Ni hikeyatan lini ya at eon hilnahot atole. Ado asa ansi zeno konta isinil tsai. Amma aje a alchine. Astui sani chin ahoichi atro benel ni dole. Nasko net nij yat down his naho at dole. What kodoto de zendlini ho behanane zi dole. Ani konige otlas da yat eho il hidenilzeno in hinsen dole nasko net nij. Ado di hitso de zendoni hi dan lini ho nachata di dole. Ado abens toit kodoto de zendlini behanana sito, nasko net nij behana ini no in hinsen. Nihitske ona de kredole. Altsune bechecha ini no na de kredole. Konsoba eto de zendlini behana sitole. Adide ben hiche wajonasli. Ich hatchik edoshne. Ko echana dat ze yokizi. Ado di kodochane en leni don antin walyeni. Ho wadoshi nantin hatahazlande. Jo nasko net nij be nit kodo nasko net nij be nane tasto es not needs no ni ona ni la to le to ta e ya ko to up be ben hisn da han to le ko at e ya nas ko na to le e shin ko to shit and lini Navajo Nation First Lady nini to let de sani lini jo e hashin so ko bitando yita sani itlini so e sani bitando yita ko e ko adi shit and lini ko en hit ha to zeto ikitil zen waliani shi to sato e Navajo Families has ado e de da hona rango ado aja e yabe che il netole. First Lady.
Good morning. She Fifilia Nes in she had Tabahanish Lit, Lizafana Bashish Chain, Kaidunai Dash and Dash Che. Ado Zikin Sa the AIUC Nasha Kodo. This morning we're here to kick off the Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities Virtual Family Conference for 2021. And this conference has been an annual conference since 2019. And so it's a task that was given to us through the OPVP work group that President tasked us with. But to give you a little bit of context, so Office of the First Lady and Second Lady, our platform has always been a focus on the home and the family, restoring families, to strengthening families, and really to create opportunities and avenues, and really to educate Navajo families on what it takes to really have stable environments, loving environments, encouraging environments for our children to grow, that they can excel in life. With the OPVP work group, that one we've been tasked with addressing all forms of abuse, all forms of violence, everything you think about in terms of substance abuse, domestic violence, mental health, even behavioral health, all of those, missing and murdered, all of those issues are all encompassed under the OPVP work group. And I always say we're in the business of preventing and education. And so this conference is for all of that. But what I wanted to speak about this morning was, you look at the agenda for today and for the next 2 days, and a lot of information from, addressing different topics. And so what I wanted to touch on was, you look at the CDC Kaiser ACE study, and it all has to do with addressing adverse childhood experiences. And according to research, there's all those things that we experience in childhood that really makes an impact on our lives as adults. So the CDC Kaiser ACEs study, it's one of the largest investigations of childhood abuse and neglect and household challenges and later life health and well-being. There is a connection between the two of them. And so when we're talking about this study, we are talking about emotional abuse, physical abuse, sexual abuse, and household challenges. If you grew up in a home where your mother was treated violently, where there was substance abuse in the household, where there was mental illness in the household, where there was parental separation or divorce, or if you had an incarcerated household member, those are all proponents of an ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. The other one is if there was emotional neglect and physical neglect. And, we're really no different than a lot of other populations out there. So if you look across Navajo Nation, and even if, some of us have done, that same survey on what we've experienced in our childhood, I don't think any of us could score 0. And so, ACEs is it's common across all population. Almost 2/3 of the study participants reported at least one ACE and more than 1 in 5 reported 3 or more ACEs. Some populations are more vulnerable to experiencing ACEs because of the social and economic. They live, learn, work, and play. And we could say as a tribal nation that we fall into that category. Our children fall into that category. And we care about this issue because, early adversity, it does have long-lasting impacts in the lives in everybody's lives, even our own. And so some of the things that it does affect is, it can lead to injury. It can affect our mental health, our maternal health, even getting certain types of diseases, chronic diseases, engaging in risky behaviors, all of those things. So, and it does affect our opportunities for when it comes to education, employment, and of course, how much we make. So when we say we want good things for our children, we really should start taking a look at decreasing some of these type of experiences and the homes that our children do grow up in. And risk factors, there's individual and family risk factors. And a lot of this, they speak to families experiencing caregiving challenges related to children with special needs, children and youth who don't feel close to their parents or caregivers and feel like they can't talk to them about their feelings, youth who start dating early or engaging in sexual activity early, children and youth with few or no friends or with friends who engage in aggressive or delinquent behavior. Families with caregivers who have limited understanding of children's needs or development. Families with caregivers who were abused or neglected as children. Families with young caregivers or single parents. Families with low income. Families with adults with low levels of education. Families experiencing high levels of parenting stress or economic stress. Families with caregivers who use spanking and other forms of corporal punishment for discipline. Families with inconsistent discipline and or low levels of parental monitoring and supervision. Families that are isolated from and not connected to other people. Families with high conflict and negative communication styles. Families with attitudes accepting of or justifying violence or aggression. And then we get into the community risk factors. Communities with high rates of violence and crime. Communities with high rates of poverty and limited educational and economic opportunities. Communities with high unemployment rates. Communities with easy access to drugs and alcohol. Communities where neighbors don't know or look out for each other and there is low community involvement among residents. Communities with few community activities for young people, communities with unstable housing and where residents move frequently, communities where families frequently experience food insecurity, communities with high levels of social and environmental disorder. Just reading through these risk factors, you can see how many we would be able to check off just living out here. But the protective factors, these are some of the things that families can do, communities can do to start addressing some of these risk factors. At the individual and family protective level, families who create safe, stable, and nurturing relationships, meaning children have a consistent family life where they are safe, taken care of, and supported. Children who have positive friendships and peer networks. Children who do well in school. Children who have caring adults outside the family who serve as mentors and role models. Families where caregivers can meet basic needs of food, shelter, and health services for children. Families where caregivers have college degrees or higher. Families where caregivers have steady employment. Families with strong social support networks and positive relationships with the people around them. families where caregivers engage in parental monitoring, supervision, and consistent enforcement of rules, families where caregivers or adults work through conflicts peacefully, families where caregivers help children work through problems, families that engage in fun, positive activities together, families that encourage the importance of school for children. And then at the community protective factors level, we're talking about communities where families have access to economic and financial help, communities where families have access to medical care and mental health services, communities with access to safe, stable housing, communities where families have access to nurturing and safe childcare, communities where families have access to high quality preschool, access to safe, engaging after-school programs and activities, communities where adults have work opportunities with family-friendly policies, communities with strong partnerships between the community and business, healthcare, government, and other sectors, communities where residents feel connected to each other and are involved in the community, communities where violence is not tolerated or accepted. So it's important to remember that ACEs it's not a single thing, and they can take, different forms. And then, as I said, for the OPVP work group, we're in the business of educating families, and then of course, to address the prevention of these adverse childhood experiences. So when we're talking about prevention of ACEs, we're talking about strengthening economic supports for families, promoting social norms that protect against violence and adversity, ensuring a strong start for children, teaching skills, connecting youth to caring adults and activities, and interventions to lessen immediate and long-term harms. And so the next education, I've always said, Ekonjunigo Nahachine Hawangi, Junigon Hitlanta Huido Ade at the Kushinachai. And this is to address exactly that, to strengthen our homes, to provide education on what families can do. And I always talk about the importance of marriage, the importance of our role as a mom, as a dad. Parenting is so important, the raising of our children. And when we talk about early childhood education, it starts at conception all the way to 5 to 8 years of age. But of course, when you're talking about adverse childhood experiences, you're talking about everything from conception to 18 years of age while these children are in our care. And it is our responsibility to teach them, to discipline them, to guide them, and to mentor them, and to love them, and to encourage them. And I always correlate raising children to, taking care of plants and taking care of pets. So when you have children, you should engage them in gardening, and they'll understand what it takes to take care of the plants, and even to get them to harvesting. And then to have pets and livestock, the same thing. They learn what it takes to take care of them, to house them, to feed them, to make sure they don't get into any fights, to get injured, to keep them from all of that, no sicknesses. And that should be the same way for our children. And so that's really what it takes to build healthy homes and to also build healthy communities. So I thank all the people, everyone who is on the agenda for today and for the next 2 days and presenting on different topics. So with that, I will give it over to my husband, or actually we'll give it back to Dr. Fowler. Okay.
Madam First Lady, thank you for your words. Ado kodo e nasko hulzilko nahas ado johat e kodo nihin na antin koyat on his nahuidot ado ishi ama aja a che nalagan linigen ta antine jo e koda banda wishish e ba ye kito you is kit das so asian kodo ni his eastern de do lis at e nana sitsile Navajo Nation President Jonathan Nez Asian kodo hinat an lini ni hit hanana zito les Mr. President.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Dr. Fowler. Thank you, First Lady, for your remarks and welcoming address. Thank you for being a part of this Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities virtual family conference. And due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have been doing many of the conferences or events through the internet, and we just ask for your patience. But we do want to provide important information to our Navajo Nation constituents as well as our Navajo Nation families. So yate Jonathan Nez, Navajo Nation President. Ashin ein shlido tkanisa ne ibashin Twitchini da Shichiro Tachini da Shinan Ashihigi e Yanle Shantone Smado Smasanja Evits Ado Ashin Arashije e Yatnesani Danle e Khan no Jihol Yene Coal Mine Arizona Nest is a Ade Chijebi Yaho So out a ya the net and slido out a yan le shant tone so no jiholiene chidan hike so o ya edo hejo e binache kwa sa siklegi e ya nike keda hui tinigi don hike dan linigi jo e ya kodo hanne ke o don hina antin nasi tito le no when he kon he yada ho joba da ho snet dan ki no he yada ho ni chini masan hinale dan ne eben na che hey la e nomado ne je chedo masan hadet lan dakhe rot a e ya kon he keni ne bespeda hansen aber hazini ye a het a we ya ho di na antinigi be yajistio e hot a e ya kon hi keni hi nan hi madon hi jen chen hi masan hot a e bin antina nasiti jo eben ye ka asasi anne do ye ol intoni na antin ye je kodal ya e kon hi keni hi na ko jin khanda le shigi shi ni je hanet ni je kodai le to le o khayin antino da di khagachin le day 1 day 2 day 3 le da initiative skokon hi ken hi na mado je no senigi che masan no senigi kamaya je atta no senigi jo ena antiniki na khasalash eno sen that e ol khache basalla da di na ashini on akonde Nye ol intoni na antine aro nle ol tkade edo yego boho ata. Sa kon da nil kadon hiyada ho ton da hi kehon hiyada ho ishi binina nani glini to dagoni hitzilota. So na antinigi nasi tito le da no jo kodo inash inigish asa Ophelia Nez First Lady. Ado Kojishana, Vice President Myron Lizer, Inais Inigi, Second Lady Dottie Lizer, Elhut Ao ya Bondate Ido Lesto, Nantin Hanet Nas, Ben Datni Tindo Les, that no, Ebony Yeti, Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities, Adayila. So, Goshi, Daisunot Do Lesto, Dodo, Bada Hosnet. Nantin Hijahodaliagi ado jodo da ni tindo lesta no I bin del kidigi o khoyo sahlo ala hot in wins chmasaniye ashilni lenden le o de bilgana kiyat da hon nasa adiji je kon ni ya isni ishi ya yashtitlen sende ni nashago akon de kanashleha di bi gada nanek at khode ni khida de nani kliniki hot ilche yede yelt rasi klin ha bilgana ba ol in bilgana da bin antinek ani khede te kun ni keni hin khalchin ba inos khada bedi no ha ish yida hosla bilgana je na antinegi yida hosla sa edi ultra aginal so selpada nok an de stato kude national stole stanza hidot lana da nitsno da konde hidon hinan tin haloya hido la kwa hier ol in benasteni kha boltra ot ananish da dilnis kon hin khalchin khandal nistole la kon khalchin la nin da khegi chehda ya nan stande da isist da no da yadasti junle had shi gidas could ye yadasti e shi binina in son banses kesla a konde kina an tindo aboltra bana nishish do lit could ji ke apkad sa ya gitsa le had shin dadlish e sten tabdi ni do les dan do ta sa nene jo e aja hoji sa ya she do ne ke ya de sta do da shin zin dan bini nagi shi do ko jo kon de ne ketch do de ne bia o in shi yi da hos anda in so man sus kes bini na de shin gi ya kon an tin ni ga shin bi ko de le ha da inos ne ye gon te shi ya she we da ne e chi do ben da ni tin da so le go jo ultra de e be hazini ya aden jo a kon de kare kon na khada ultra gi sa ya ni za yinda hosla bahajo ela judi kon dan tinigi khagichin dan tinigi kon ki keni hitnen khalchin khandal nishi ni jashan de legi the neck etche don hizad nasi tito lesta nigo ni khodon khalchin yeda betzil dole bin shkata ni dole ado naso e hot ndani tin dole shkinotling so kudo hashkejin tlan hije hata otzi ya eba yeshkila sha da no da no we dan hito ni da ho ejit ego abin ga annesin zigo naso inal dole dan hito ni so bida ilzati shkinotling so what ashin e kon han hije ko dal net dole di khagich do do nda initial na shi kon la o yu shi kon nda tin do le so e ba he needs ala skashi ya kudo ni he na tani shigato su dahagi shikana lo gi vice president lizer do yi na ni dari lizer shi e do ni je hat sich do le I just wanted to honor our elders and our Navajo people by speaking the Navajo language and encouraging you. It's different than English. I know first thing someone would say is, man, that was some harsh stuff there. But those of us that grew up sheep camp, that was everyday teaching. It wasn't harsh. It was resilience. It was bootstrap mentality teaching that we were taught. And throughout these 3 days, a lot of that teaching will be handed down to you, or maybe a reminder. But what we challenge in these 3 days is just not to keep the information to ourselves, but to also share that with our younger generation. When I say respect and honor to be taught, started out in the Hogan, where the water is kept, where the fire poker is kept. And if you look through our world view, that is where law, that is where policy, that is where teaching begins in the household. In the political realm, that is where it gets delegated. Inherent sovereignty gets delegated to leaders to speak on people's behalf. But everybody has an opportunity to become a leader in their household, in their office, in classrooms, and many other places. And so we hope that the Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities, this family conference, helps you or even encourages you. And I'm hoping it inspires all of us, because throughout this pandemic, we have seen that teaching come back to the forefront. I know everybody was at home, kids were at home, not going to school, parents were at home, and we did challenge our families to teach our way of life, our language, our culture during these 18 months of the pandemic. And many of us have taken on that challenge. I have heard stories from children saying that I've never learned so much being at home than this year. Some children say I've learned so much more than I learned in the classroom about life, how to take care of their livestock, how to work on the farms, and having even more time to spend with their families. And I hope that many families learn much about each other throughout this pandemic. Here is another opportunity, as we're still in the pandemic, to learn more about our way of life teaching. And when I say way of life teaching, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about our teaching, not religion. I know when you say culture and tradition, people equate it to religion. I'm talking about our way of life, livestock, farming, that resilience teaching, bootstrap mentality, self-reliance, self-sufficiency. Not about handouts or give me, but more of how can I help my neighbor? How can I help my community? How can I help my nation? And we hope we can infuse that into the next generation, because many of us know that social media is being used mostly negatively. And look at the comments, and you wonder why people say those things in social media. The old teaching tells you, when you do say something bad or disrespectful, what did our elders say? Who's their parents? Who's their grandparents? Where does that individual come from? And that's what we need to teach our young people. You just not represent yourself, you represent your family, your community, and your nation. That was the teaching. That's not my teaching. That's just the teaching that was handed down from generation to generation. And in order for us to have a more strong family and a more strong community, we need to remind ourselves of our elders, those that have fought for a way of life like our co-talkers, those that went through to Fort Sumner during the long walk, when they looked and said they wanted something better for the Navajo people. And I said in Navajo a little while ago, I was like, you know, when I was young, my grandma used to say, some of these things that are happening all over the world off the Navajo Nation will one day seep into the Navajo Nation. And I always wondered what that was all about. But as I grew up, we can see that firsthand, that negativity, the politics of the outside world starting to seep in to the Navajo Nation. People don't wanting to wear masks, people don't wanting to get vaccinated, politicizing that. That's not our way of life teaching, ladies and gentlemen. All that negativity of politics. But you know what? We are at a time where we can push back on that, utilizing what you will learn these next 3 days and sharing that with your young people and reminding ourselves of who we are as Navajo people. We are strong, we are resilient. We were told one time that this virus was going to wipe away tribes, including Navajo. But now everybody's looking at Navajo Nation and wondering how we did it, how we brought the numbers down. It's because Navajo elders reminded our young people to listen. Show. Listen to your leaders, listen to your healthcare professionals. We honor our elders in that way. And I honor our ancestors today in that way. Thank you so much. God bless you. Have a great family conference. And I'll turn the time back over to Dr. Fowler. God bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Ikke had shenat ani ados tsele kebedek ehit ikke had chikedo shne akodo ta isnos aido hanata sio kizi what's the lon his na hidot as what kodo na antin wal yenigi hich whatne don de doses ado ade hashino sa khata hotzi ikke nihidini dole hashin so kodo tsele de ni glini Kuchen benat ni tin ako when you kodo hata hotzi ihe ni hitini dole shika o je do hilka I je hi shi ko kodo nas nana dole kodo division of community development Dr. Pearl Yellowman chi you jahanada Dr. Yellowman you got the floor. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Dr. Fowler. Adonani Yate do Yate Benado Hiat, President Jonathan Nez, First Lady Nez, thank you. Thank you for the time here this morning and for the opportunity to speak here. I appreciate the conference topic and glad to say that I was part of the 2019 conference as well. And I know last year we had some priorities of taking care of and mitigating COVID. So I'm glad to see that the conference is back. And thank you to all the staff who've been working hard to make this happen. Shea Pearl Yellowman and Shea Otto and Schlinigi A. Tenapithin Schlindo is a Flena Bushish chain. Tobahanda Shiche Otto Hanala Nate Chanela. I am originally from Tuba City, Arizona. My father is from the Hubbardine, Sanapons Hubbardine area, the Cedar Ridge, and down into the Canyon area. And my mother is Louise Yellowman, and she is originally from down the street here. I'm in Winter Rock today, but she's originally from Tessa Anna, Lupton, and Jones Ranch area. And that's where I have recently returned home to that area. And so very thankful to be here and working in Winter Rock today. I am also a mother of 3 children. I have a son named Mylan, and he will be 25 next month. Jeez. And then I have a daughter who is 22, and I have a daughter who will be 19 in 2 weeks here. She graduated from high school and she is starting college next week on the 13th. So I hope to be with her on her first day of college. And I appreciate the content here. First Lady mentioned some data and some studies. I want to share and touch a little bit about that. And then President Nez mentioned some of our upbringing and resiliency. And I've spent some time studying many of these topics and also trying to live them out in the best possible way. What does it mean to strengthen families? And what does it mean to empower our community and strengthen families? How do we really strengthen families? I think about that, and I think about the times when I was a young mother. I was a young mother at 23. And when I look at my children now and think about the responsibilities they have now and the responsibilities I had as a young mother, and just some things to think about here. What I've learned over the course of my own parenthood. I'll talk a little bit just about parenting for now. But what I've learned about my own parenting, and in combination of both Western studies and our traditional teachings, that parenting is about critical awareness. And if you're taking notes or if you're writing things down, what does critical awareness mean? It means that parenting is not an automatic response. Just because you're a parent doesn't mean we automatically know what to do or how to respond. But parenting is a critical awareness about delivering and exchanging needs to a child. And that's so very important because when I look back at me being a young parent, or now I look at my children who have friends who are young parents now, and I think about that interaction between the parent and the child, it's about a critical awareness of exchanging and receiving needs. That's really important, as First Lady mentioned some of the studies earlier. It's those very important early stages of a young mother and father exchanging the needs to the newborn child. And it's about the newborn child understanding and acknowledging that they are receiving their needs from their caretaker. Those studies, the ACE study that First Lady mentioned this morning, those first identification of a relationship between the mother and the newborn child is what sets the foundation for longevity of life. But something else comes before that. Something else comes before the mother conceives the child, before that early seed is established. We know this from our own history, but we also look at predisposition, or what we inherited from our own mother and our own grandmother. We look at how our great-grandmother lived. Think about that. My mother is 84 years old right now. And my father, my late father, would have been 88. And his mother, my late grandmother, my late Nully, Ruby Bigman, was born 1912. That's not very long ago. That's just 2 generations ago. Was born 1912. 1912 was the year Arizona became a state. So that means that her mother was born before Arizona became a state. And then start to think about all the historical significant changes that your great-grandmother and even parent witnessed in their lifetime. So let's just take a second here and think about what my mother, Louise, witnessed in her lifetime. My mother, Louise, is 84. She witnessed cell phones. She witnessed the microwave. she witnessed some of our technologies that we have today, but more so think about what she survived. My mother, Louise, survived boarding school. She was sent to boarding school at a young age and overcame that. My mother also was the government imposed relocation on my mother and father, and they were relocated to San Francisco. And then shortly after that, returned back home to Broadway Gap. They're survivors of that. There's many of our women survived non-consent to sterilization. And some women in my family survived that. So what they witnessed in their lifetime, and then of course, through our DNA and genes and their experience, passed that on to us. We don't know that they passed it on to us until we are in certain situations or environments. And when we are in stressful environments, we become predisposed. We've already been exposed to a stressful time or environment that maybe our mother or grandmother went through. And then it was passed down to us. And we don't know it until now we're in a stressful environment. Last year was a lot of stress on our people. And that's why we, as our leader, Jonathan Nez, Vice President Lizer, many of our leaders, our community leaders, our chapter leaders, our council delegate leaders, we're encouraging everyone to be strong, to overcome, to stay safe, to listen. So those were the times where we were in a stressful environment. And we had to be critically aware of the environment we were in. So I just want to touch on that context here and about how important it is that parenting is about critical awareness. And you think, well, how do we achieve critical awareness? Well, critical awareness can be being aware of your environment, understanding when you are feeling stressed as a parent, understanding your communication to your child, children, when you're communicating with your children, or how you are passing down that stress or alleviating stress. So those are some things that I just want to touch upon a little bit. The other thing that is really important is how we teach our children to overcome. And certainly, I've been in situations where I felt like from my own mother, it was punishment. And my mother always said to me, don't come home. Don't come home without the ability to feed your kids. And I thought that was so hard to hear. And I never understood what she was saying to me when I was a young mother. She would always say to me, don't bring kids home when they're hungry, and I never really understood that. What she was meaning to say, or what she was trying to say, was go to school, learn how to work hard, be able to complete a job and be able to complete work, and then give your children the benefit of that. And I would take that so personal. And one time I was trying to finish my studies, my research at the University of Montana, and I was trying to finish my research, and I was wanting to give up. I wanted to quit. And prior to that, I would be homesick, and I would want to come home. And she would say, "Come on home, come home. We'll have a prayer then. We'll have food for you." And I felt just loved. We'll have food for you, store you so you can go back and finish. And I felt like a hug. And so one time I said, I can't do this anymore. I think I was broke. I think I was tired and trying to raise my kids and trying to finish my dissertation. And then one time she said, I thought by calling home, she would say, come home and we'll take care of you. And I was so close to completing my dissertation, and she said, Nichon, don't come home. Don't come home until you finish. And I was a little bit heartbroken. And she said, we won't allow you to come home this time. You're so close to finishing, and finish it. And then we will celebrate. And that was tough love, parenting, tough Navajo parenting love. And I thank my mom for that. And sometimes I find myself giving that same tough love to my own children. And my children think I am a tough mom, or maybe I am too hard on them or disciplining them. But then that's how we get through. That's how we overcome. You have to be strong in certain situations so we don't just crumble. And as a nation last year, we were strong. We were very strong people. We were impacted so hard in that year. We are. Female mothers were very strong, and how we find balance with our male counterparts. And that combination make us a strong government. I've worked for other tribes, and I have a lot of respect for other tribes, but we're very one of few tribes that really truly honor a matrilineal society. We're very few of one of very few tribes that take care of our grandmas and great grandmas, and we understand what it means to take care of the female and mothers in our home. And we're also one of very few tribes that celebrate the laughter of a baby, the connection between the mother and the child. We're very one of few tribes that do that on this planet. Yesterday, I had a newborn baby, a 2-month-old baby, come into our office here, and the baby was just about to laugh, and the staff here were joking about us having to cook for the baby, but to welcome that baby and to welcome that tiny baby into our building here was really neat. So I'll start to wrap up here, but I am so very thankful for all the listeners, thankful for the topic. Um, it takes a lot to have leaders take time out and say, let's focus on our family. And it takes a lot for people to acknowledge some of the hurt and changes that need to occur in every family. And that's being critically aware. Every family, my family, have to rely on communication. Every family has to rely on omitting types of things that can hurt families, like secrets. Secrets can hurt family. Miscommunication can hurt families. Um, uh, um, Not fully understanding honesty and integrity can hurt families. Those are the things that we have to be critically aware of so that we can omit and change those things. If those things have been impacted by your family before, you have the opportunity to change that today. And some things that I have to rely on every day with my own children, even though they're young adults, is one is I can always repair every day. I didn't spend a lot of time with my daughter last year, who was a senior. I can repair and I can mend that. And if you're a young mother today or a young father, you can repair and mend opportunities with your own children today. Maybe you had a tough morning getting your child out the door, out to school this morning, but you can repair and you can mend that. Maybe you had a tough weekend with your teenage child, or you had a dispute or in an argument with your child, or you had to discipline them. you can always have the opportunity to mend and repair. Our bodies are built for repair. Our heart is built to repair. So is our brain. And as young parents, you have the opportunity to repair and to mend and make things right again. Balance, get back to balance with your relationship with your child. Dr. Fowler, I'll end there. I think we've exceeded our time, and I appreciate the opportunity. And you can tell I love this topic, and I miss my kids and my mother. My mother's 84, and I have a new sense of patience for my mother and a new sense of patience for elders, I guess. And so I just want to encourage everyone to stay on these next 3 days, think about parenting, think about being critically aware, and take in all the lessons and topics for the next few days. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yellowman. Appreciate your words, encouragement. There's so much to learn from each and every one of us. But thank you. I know we wanted to have more time, but as from leadership, Kodoshi Sato Nanash Kodolek, Achen Kodoshi Chat, Aj Office of the President, Vice President, Yado Days Nishija Aj Bichohanani Netole. Ado shall introduce our next speaker. Sonia, yes, Chat Kodon Hins Adi, Kidop here needs Nishi ikto kodo hajona hidot asen zon sato benandlish. Nadosh first and second lady Asa. So thank you, Sonia, and we'll go ahead and give the floor back to you. Thank you.
Dr. Fowler. Moving along our agenda, the President, God's First Lady, Ophelia Nez, and Dr. Pearlie Yellowman for their words this morning. I'd like to introduce our first session of the day, Positive Parenting, by Michelle Lee from the Department of Family Services, Division of Social Services. Michelle?
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay. I would like to thank the Lord for giving me the opportunity to encourage others about positive parenting. Also, I'd like to thank the Office of the First Lady and the Second Lady for the invitation to present during this virtual conference. My name is Michelle Lee. My first clan is Tobaha, Water Edge Clan. Second clan, Tohaglini, the Water Flow Together clan. Now, I am a veteran of 4 years served with the United States Army, and I asked myself, how can I relate myself to this topic of strengthening families with positive parenting? I am a parent. I have one daughter. She's married, and I'm blessed with 3 grandchildren through that marriage. So just to give a little about who I am as well as how I present. I'm used to talking to an audience, of course we can't do that now, but so I'm used to talking with the younger, like teenagers also. So through my presentation, I like to illustrate. So my presentation can be a little off compared to a more formal setting. So if I do things that seem unusual, it's because I'm used to speaking to a crowd of young ones or, 20s or 30s or no disrespect to anyone's age, but I'm just saying, to more of a community audience. But we're all here to learn as leaders from where we're at, in a way, a leader being a parent, within the home. So I'd like to share how I like to motivate others, because we do have parenting class through Department of Family Services. So this is part of the presentation of what I'm going to share this morning. But within my life as a parent, starting like the First Lady and the President had mentioned, you know, and talking about early childhood days. From my early childhood days, I have experienced, you know, a lot of abuse, physical, emotional, verbal, sexual, all the abuse you can name. I've probably been through it from my elementary years to my junior high years. And I ran from that and stayed, went to school in Aztec, stayed at the dormitory there. And through that whole time, I was going through issues, depression, suicidal ideations, gender identity issues. And after I graduated from there, I joined the military. And with the military, that's where I was introduced more to alcohol. So I did a lot of alcohol, fighting, domestic violence, everything you can name. And eventually, through my life, I found out there was two categories, that being a victim and being a survivor. So transitioning to being a survivor clash with learning what spirituality is. Just like what the previous presenters were talking about. Really knowing what, going back to, you know, culture, going back to, you know, our way of life and spirituality. So with that, that's how I can identify in working with our community, in working with people through social services, the Department of Family Services. That's how I can relate to them. So I enjoy presenting our parenting class to the public. And I like to, you know, really encourage them, because the formula to this presentation that I give regarding parenting is 1 + 1 is 2, which is 1, educate, plus another, encourage, equals 2. You empower the parent, you empower the teenager of who my audience is working with them. So that's basically the formula I try to implement in my presentations. So I'm working with Department of Family Services now for a little, going on 18 years actually. 11 years of that was with the Shiprock Youth Home. And 4 years after the 11 years, I worked with Financial Assistance Office. And currently, within the past 2 years, I'm with Child Protective Services and helping with presenting parenting class to the public. So like I said, as a presenter, I do little things differently. And meaning I'm really like hands-on. I like to walk around. I like to really kind of act out what I'm trying to say. So with this presentation that I'm going to give, I want everyone to think of being in a basketball setting. Because I'm from Shiprock, you know, I'm going to use the Chieftain Pit. But those of you out there in Window, you got the Scout Pit, you got the Cougar Pit, you got all these different pits. So this will visualize yourself. Get ready to go to a basketball game. So in this presentation, I'll share some stories about the kids from the youth home, you know, of how this formula worked for them. But before I go down that road, one thing I always emphasize with the parents, including myself, I've always started with myself, is looking at who I am. And I always share this story with my audience, is that years ago, I had an injured leg. I had a big scab on my leg. And as the weeks went by, the scab it darkened. Finally, it was getting black. And I was like, when is it going to itch? Come on. And it wasn't itching, because we all know that when your wound starts itching, we know it's healing. But this scab that I had, it was starting to turn red around it. And then my boyfriend, at the time, he says, you know, you're going to have to crack that scab open because there's probably an infection going on. There's probably something happening in there because it's red and you're still in pain. Oh, great. Yeah, okay. So what I went ahead and allowed him to be my doctor, and he cut it open. Sure enough, you had goo coming out. You had, blood goo coming out of that scab, and he cleaned it out really good. Within a week, it started to itch. It started to heal. I have a scar today, yes, but my leg is healed. So I tell the parents during these presentations that parenting is really about looking at yourself. Parenting is reflecting on who you are. And sometimes we don't like that because, for me, becoming a positive parent, I had to look at my history. I had to look at my abuse that I've been through. I had to look at the root of all that. Through the sexual abuse, the physical abuse I endured in my younger years, it planted a seed of negativity within my heart. So with that, as I was listening to a presentation, they talked about abuse, and I was sitting there, and I was like, this kind of sounds like me, you know. So that's where I identified and linked my behavior is because I had past issues that I never healed from. A lot of our people today, and just every day working with CPS, you hear it through the phone calls, you hear it through the reports. It's still ongoing abuse, sexual, physical, emotional, and stuff like that. So what I do in encouraging the clients is that, or the audience of whether adults or teenagers, is that it starts with taking a look at yourself, reflecting on your past, what you've been through. And sometimes it requires scraping and opening that wound to let out that pus. And by allowing others to help you with the community resources, with coming to a presentation, that's where the healing starts, So it's almost game time. The game's getting ready to start here. But I wanted to acknowledge that the framework of this presentation also is based on a book that I highly recommend. It's the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens. And that's how I worked with the teenagers. And then with that, then I started working with adults and how I was relating my life to the effectiveness to positive habits and implementing those habits to becoming more positive. So now we're at the game. So you walk into the stadium, you walk into the arena. Little do you know that you're the coach as a parent. You have to walk onto the floor, you have your teammates there, and you're the coach. But as a coach, you're the parent. As a coach, you have to take responsibility for yourself, for your team, your conduct, how you conduct yourself. The training that you got through your years as a coach to teach these players. In relation, also, you're the parent. If you look at it as the parent point of view, you as a parent taking responsibility for yourself. Like I said, sometimes we have open wounds that we need to heal to become better parents, to take responsibility for our children. And that all starts with knowing what your values, and the president touched base on that with talking a little bit about values in the home. Take time to sit with your children, write down your values. Why are values important? Values are important because they're the foundation of your family. They're the foundation of life. Foundation creates stability, direction, and confidence and trust. So whatever values you display in your home with yourself, with your children, teaching them, that the strength of that values is like you're creating a foundation for them as they continue on elementary, high school, college, career. You're wanting to set a foundation for them. You know, like players we are when we go into the pit, that which we were talking about, that floor is all wooden and it's all that ball bounces, you know, a ball's ready to bounce away. And but if you don't have a covering, if you don't have a foundation, it's just rain. I'm in Baklabato right now, and it's been sprinkling and raining, so outside the ground is wet. Do you want your child to play at the arena, or do you want your child to play outside, slipping and sliding and trying to play basketball? So as a coach, start with the foundation of where you're going to play ball at. Start with the foundation of really what your values are and conducting yourself in that way and showing the generations after you. And then as a coach, you set goals for yourself, for the team. Goals normally as a coach with basketball is to play and win, making those shots, you know, making those points. And as a parent, you know, what are your goals? What are your kids' goals? And to be realistic about that. Because a goal gives purpose and direction. There's if you're out there, like I said, we're at the basketball setting and you're the coach standing there and all the players are called out to the court, and it's now everybody's there at the jump ball. They're getting ready to do the jump ball and pass the ball around. And there's no goal. There's no goal at all. This, right? Oh, okay. This little goal here, if it wasn't on the backboard, if it wasn't there on the backboard, the game's going to be boring. Who's going to win? Kids are going to get bored, irritated. Crowd is going to get angry. What's the point if you have no goals? So as a parent working with your children, set the goal for yourself, for them, the family, and make them realistic also. And as a coach, the next step is to prioritize your time. As a coach prioritizes their time, they teach their players. All right, kids, you know, school's important. Make sure you make time for school. Make sure you make time for your homework. Make sure you make time. And the coaches watch the clock. They watch the clock. And they know, you know, there's 8 minutes in between each quarter, and they watch the clock. And as a parent, the same thing. We have to have quality time for ourselves. We have to have quality time for our family, our children. Quality time with others, and even like with work. Balancing our time, prioritizing our time. Because the best thing you can give anybody really is your time. Not just for you, but for others or your work. You know, there's a time to teach. There's a, you know, with that time, there's a time to connect, a time to communicate. And a time to win and there's a time to lose, meaning that there's times where we're going to make mistakes, you know, and it's just going back to reflect what's our foundation, getting back on that foundation. How am I going to fix this? If you value prayer and you feel like you're saddened or you're stressed, your foundation is your prayer. Go back to your foundation. Pray. If your foundation is love, and then, you know, how do we show that? And talking to the parents, you know, our younger generation, they see love through the TV, they see love through social media. And a lot of this love that they see is about sex, is about, you know, cheating, or they see love about, you know, things that really aren't really how we see love. So the balance between all of this is about, you know, communicating and displaying, taking that quality time to explain what the goal is, what the foundation to explain. And I want to share just a quick story about the youth home. I had a young kid, he was very upset. Came to I was a counselor then, and I was helping supervise the program also. The child came in, he says, Michelle, I'm very upset. I'm upset because so-and-so is, you know, says that my room's not clean. I was like, okay, you know, let's go back to the house. So we go to the house, and well, to me, it looked clean. However, the house parent, you know, her cleanliness is different. So I explained to her, can you show him how you would want it done? What is clean to you? Because everyone has a different standard or a different perception on different values. So that's where we have to demonstrate. Because when you're talking to a younger, a child between 5 and 10, and you're telling them to respect your elders, but as a parent, you're over here uh, getting mad at them, or you're calling an elder name, or you're flipping them off or something, you know, it's like, what is that teaching them when they're seeing it? When you're saying respect your elders. So we have to take action of what we're teaching. So you have to talk to your children. How do you define respect? You know, child, baby, this is what respect means. Respect means, you know, you take time to listen to someone. Respect means that, you know, you be nice to other people. You know, what's your definition of respect? You know, you just don't tell the child, learn to respect. The values as a parent is important. Setting goals so you have a purpose and direction as a parent for that child, you know, and supporting them, cheering them on as a coach on the sideline, as a parent, taking that time, calling time out. You know, when we're talking about time, if you see your child getting out of hand, time out, blow that whistle. Come over, let's go regroup. Let's regroup. And you know, huddling up, you know, what's going on, you know, what's up, you know, just talking with them. Because I can tell you from being a parent, my child told me after I thought I was giving her the world, you know, buying her what she wants, giving her what she needs, I was buying her love, basically, or buying her relationship. Until one day she told me, Mom, you love those kids more than you love me. And I was like, what does that mean? That was an eye opener. You love those kids more than you love me. So that's why quality time with your children is very important. That quality time is the best thing you can give to them. So as the game goes on, the coach is on the sideline. He strategizes to not have a one-man show. He strategizes to make that shot, working together. You know, who's in the game. The coach even looks on the bench. There's, you know, who's all motivated to play. If somebody fouls out, you know, who's the one with the body language that's wanting to play? Or are you going to put someone in the game that's really sad, or someone who looks like they're upset? You know, and as a parent, that's what we do from the sideline too. You know, we coach from the side, we teach them, we instruct them, and we, you know, and sometimes our children is in the game, and sometimes our children are on the sideline. If they're on the sideline, you see them sad, if you see them upset, you know, just don't bypass that and expect that it's going to get better. No, go back and reflect on your values. Reflect on giving the time to say, what's going on, child? What's going on? So talking it out during family time, spending time listening to what they have to say. You know, most children that I've worked with will always say, oh, I try to tell my mom, but because she gets really mad at me. Oh, I try to tell my dad, but he told me that I need to be a man. Oh, I need to, you know, these things that I hear from kids that are happening. So that's why I emphasize during our parenting class, take time to listen without judgment or without condemnation. Take time out, because we work together as a family to change the situation, resolve it. And in a basketball game, we work together. Sometimes we need rest. Sometimes we need to take a break. And thank goodness there's those 8-minute quarters, because the teammates can take time to, you know, regroup. Halftime to take a break. As parents, that's what we need sometimes. Sometimes we need our me time. Our me time to, you know, take to restore who we are. You know, if we're getting very upset, take a time out for yourself. Working, you know, working with yourself in that way. So we want the best for our children, and we want to be positive parents. So I always say to the parents is that to use your shoulder. Use your shoulder. Let your children use your shoulder if you don't know, or to add to your relation with them. A shoulder to cry on. A shoulder for a hug. A shoulder to say, good job, son, daughter. And finally, the best thing about being a parent is to use your shoulder, because at the winning state championship or even the district championship, you see the players all run to the goal, and the coach hoists up the child or the player on his shoulder, and then the child gets the rim here and cuts the net here. There's a basketball net right here. I don't know if it's showing, but to cut that net down. And as a parent, when your child accomplishes something, help them cut it down, and with that inspiration, with that praise, with that good job, they feel like a winner. They feel like they're able to accomplish something. And when they're holding up that net, they're holding that net up high. As a coach, you don't think about the double dribbles. You don't think about the fouls that were made. You don't think about how the ball was stolen and the point was made off that. You don't think about all that. As a parent, you don't think about probably the D that they brought home, but it's a C now. As a parent, You know, maybe they heard profanity from something and you heard them, but yet you corrected them. Now they're speaking more positive. Little accomplishments. They did their chore without being told. They're holding that net off the basketball goal saying, yeah, you know, I did it. And as a parent, we hoist that and we enjoy that moment with them because we're part of that. The coach is a part of the winning team. The parent is a part of that winning accomplishment that the child is doing. So with that basketball game, you know, that's the main one that I like to use with my illustrations during parenting sessions, you know, or talking to young people. But with what I've talked about is what I have talked about with students in the youth home. And I want to share 2 quick stories about students that were within the youth home. I had a student. He was he just finished up the 8th grade. He came into the youth home. He would be walking to school like 2-3 miles. You know, whatever the weather was like, he had to go walk to school because his parents, his grandmother were drinking. He was on his own, basically. So he walks into the program. He has an inhaler machine. He has an IEP from the school. Grades were bad. Low self-esteem. And you know, he was with our program for 4 years. And when he was discharged, I tell you, what I just talked about is how I worked with him. When he was discharged, he was a year-round athlete. He joined basketball, he joined football, he joined track. He was a year-round athlete. He was not using his inhaler machine anymore. He was also off the IEP. He was no longer taking special education classes. He was taking honor classes. And on top of that, he was listed on the National Honor Society with the high school when he graduated. And he had major high self-esteem. He just contacted me recently that he's traveling the country as a supervisor, working with construction. And that was awesome. That was awesome for him to contact me and tell me how he's doing. But he says, I wouldn't have been where I'm at if it was at the youth home, he said. So I really thank him for that. And I always share that positive story in working with clients because working in a youth home setting, these kids are abused. You know, they're coming with all different emotions, all different types, but they can be remolded, you know, with some of these, with these teachings and working with the parents. And another story, as far as the youth home goes, back in that time, is that the Division of Social Services was having a contest. Who can create the best Division of Social Service seal? So the contest went on for, I don't know, a few weeks. Everybody's all putting in their pictures. We had a client at the youth home. He got in trouble. So he's sitting there at the table. And our supervisor at the time tells him, so-and-so, why don't you, I know you like to draw. Why don't you draw a picture of a seal for social services? So he did. With what his dad was teaching him, he put that on the seal and how he was, what he learned. He took the positive out of his situation and he put it on paper. And we had a conference, social service conference, and guess whose picture was it? Who won? So when you see that Division of Social Services seal, a youth home client who was on restriction, he He's the one that drew that seal. Ain't that awesome? That is so awesome, I tell you. So looking at what our leader, president, have said, the first lady, and other speakers that have talked about, to each parent I say, take the strength and the surviving bloodline of our ancestors. Each person that sits out there in the audience, their strength and their survivors, because they come from a bloodline of our ancestors of the long walk. Every type of abuse was determined to come home and established our Navajo nation that planted that seed. Can you imagine? Us as Navajo, us as parents, we come from that bloodline that we take that and we still use it today. And another one is the boarding school, being survivors, you know, having to endure abuse to where our people, they did reunite with their families. And you know what's so awesome is that even through the boarding school days, today we have our own Diné College. Can you imagine how, I mean, just to imagine the positive that how far we've come from as a nation. And then the code talkers, the strength of the language, the communication, they saved our country and played a key role in the war, protecting us from the enemies. So you have that kind of lineage within you. That's where you come from as a parent. You may not have gone out to a physical war with a weapon, but as a parent, you're fighting, you can be fighting the own enemy within your own home. Alcohol, domestic violence, all that happens in our community. So being a code talker, we're adapting to communication by working with resources and learning new ways and strategies to fight the enemy at hand, that which destroys our community. And lastly, the strength of you as a parent, you as within our Navajo nations hold a major role with the future generations after us. A bloodline of resilience, a bloodline of strength. You can be that change as a parent. So the generations after you, you know, will be positive. So in talking with my daughter, who I, you know, who was she went through, you know, a time period in my life to where I was drinking. I had domestic violence on both, you know, places. You know, I was very angry, but yet to a simple statement from a counselor told me, Michelle, all what you're going through, what you're talking about, is being a victim, and now it's time to be a survivor. So I've passed I've been a victim, and I went through the survivor stage. So today I see myself as a thriver, thriving to educate, to thriving to encourage, and thriving to empower our people of where they come from and what they could do today to better themselves possible, because I did it. You know, there might be some people out there in my audience that says, her? What's she doing up there talking? You know, but it's possible. For them, when you see that basketball game and you're the coach standing there, you're the parent standing there, you're going to hear that roaring crowd. And when the child makes a mistake, you're going to hear someone say, they're going to start pointing, get that player out of the game. Boo! Get that, fire that coach. You hear the negativity. But no, as parents, sometimes, yes, we hear that. I don't know why she's a mother. I don't know why she's a father. Or sometimes mother and fathers talk against each other. But the key thing is that we go back to the ground rules, our foundation, the values. What's our goal? How will you manage our time? The strategy of winning. Praising that winning shot and cutting down that goal of accomplishment. Hoisting on your shoulder your child to be a better person, a better community member, helping one another to inspire others, working together. So I want to encourage the parents, which I do within my classes, those 4 things. We have that lineage of strength. We have that lineage of resiliency. We have it in us. So thank you for your time, for giving me this opportunity to speak about what we talk about in our parenting classes here with the Department of Family Services. And I just want to thank the committee again also, and that I look forward for the next couple of days, and learning more about, strengthening families within ourselves and within our families and within our communities. Thank you. Okay. Where do I go?
Thank you, Michelle. Right now, we have a 15-minute break for our next session. Our next session will begin at 11 a.m. through 11:45 a.m. And thank you for being here, attending our virtual 2021 Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities Conference. Our next presenter is Dr. Pamela Begay, and she is the Clinical Director at Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Center. And her session is Mental Health and Student Safety. She will also be assisted by Ms. Julia Harvey, Residential Supervisor. Dr. Begay?
Thank you, Sonia. I'm going to start sharing my screen now. Good morning, everyone. Pamela Lynette Begay Inishia, Ashini Inshla, Hawanshana Bashashin. And I'll let Ms. Harvey introduce herself.
Ya Julia Harvey when Shadow Tutsonin Ada Twa had Lenny Bashin. Ada Twa Bahanda Shado Lizal Chitachini, the Chanel of I Sun and
I will share my screen now and share the PowerPoint that we are going to present today. So the title of the presentation today is Mental Health and Student Safety. I found this adorable picture on Pinterest. I thought it was super, super duper cute. I think that as parents, we can remember these moments and these times. And a question that I just wanted us to just reflect on and ask ourselves is, what do we as parents, so what do you hope for your child? And that could mean grandchild, foster child, nieces, nephews, anyone that you are a parent to. And thinking about, usually we think about, we want them to be well and we want them to be safe. So today we will just kind of explore 4 areas around wellness and safety, spiritually, biologically, psychologically / mental health, and socially. And I will have Ms. Harvey interpret after each section.
in ta case auto it's be bahayado bahuin zinigi altra da altra dan linigi bit is john all zinigi e bahuin nadoli auto di quad naltos na stragi aliage away sinas tio hota di kasidako auto binachaban sa kesigi e ya away at a bahayai auto get that's stingy Equagi hotel basalagi do be not nitin amado ajani kliniki ado khishi and sagi ado kadeya sahojo masanado analada dan lo hotel chiniyaj yada halya but the hal jishiko Pagi beba huntin niki you see a large iki ya away at ebit isat a ado no safe to kj no setliki ado le ol touch it at ID ka Ado connect baby cannot that stingy all edge long only adenek etche on haga so this in that ahida and the logical church Christian dan the ajo hotada so the hada ziniki a kwagida be zahaki Ado nana konegi no seliki it's ado gafigi before ahagi Ada okay isha alziniki Ado kone e binne binta case nana e kwagi hot abe ba huntin do ye no setligi Ado bina hot ahagi nana hot ahagi e ya be ba be isha il ido ba net dolly.
So another question that we want to pose is, since January of 2020, what is new for our kids and what is not new? So when we think about what is new for our kids, we know that the unexpected is new. And what we mean by that is the COVID-19 and the variants that followed. So there are many areas in which our children have an unexpected space in their lives where they may not be able to see family members, see neighbors, see friends, and also that those people in their lives may have gotten ill and sick. Another thing that is new for our children is following safety precautions around the COVID-19, such as wearing a mask. This is not something that we may have imagined we would be doing as a nation. We also cannot fully see each other. Our kids are in school, maybe your kids are back in school in person, and they can't see each other either. They can't see each other's smiles. They can't have that kind of interaction like they once did. So that's another area that they could be dealing with and not really able to feel that sense of community amongst themselves. Another thing that is new for all of us, and our kids especially, is social distancing. So staying 6 feet apart from each other, staying 6 feet apart from friends and family can be really difficult. It can be difficult within the classrooms where they have barriers or dividers separating them. They may or may not be eating lunch in their cafeterias. They might have to eat lunch in the classrooms. So these are all new. These are all unexpected for our children right now. And I also wanted to pose the question, what is not new? So are our kids dealing with the same issues as before? And if we think about that, I think that we can say yes, that they are dealing with the same issues as before. Some of those issues involve bullying, cyberbullying, a general lack of coping skills or lack of coping mechanisms. And that is really knowing how to deal with stress, knowing what to do, what are some outlets. Another issue that is the same as before is substance use. Sometimes people use substance use as an escape and their coping strategy. Another one is negative influences. That's not new. Our kids will always have the opportunity to get to know somebody that is not somebody that you may approve of. Maybe they are doing the things that you tell your kids not to do. So these are all things that are not new for our kids. So when we look at both of these questions, there are added stressors for our children right now. So this presentation today hopes to discuss the new and the old of what our kids are dealing with, and also finding ways to help support them.
Arati kunegi e ya, kudoya hatsigi alanja e haisha ya, an ani na halisali, lede do nainit leha, chukadeya haish in need. E siki e ya, joko nashni neniki, haishi bohon net nashni bohon negi, kohot teda, فإنها شي آي سي يكون كتخمسلي نهالسلي دو بتصادو أو يوجي عندها ستي هسلي Oko e kwaigi benacha jo e di nafni niki e aniche jo galligi te zinigi betrai o hot agago erkiden na ikidashtel na o hot agago behosin jo e hot e bohonne do disti de kat put a hold shi a hot ban nada haneko ado konegi e ya alle be da winsen a da hojulia e vinnacha e kodo get it higi jo e ben kil nan chiben chal na bi de da hot ni kil da hanne be da holia an ni no hot de ya dan kit ni jo lanji igi e ya di ni sa pa don kitchen hot bi kedas ki bini nanigi e ya alle do yo do bel zita bini ya ado be da haya bini ya jo e hot ni kil da hui shi ado kone nanagi e ya bini na hot he bini na e ya do yo a chana jelch ni da do hi ti da hajo ado le ol thajo chin da ol thagi do hot jo e large ba kodo is ja inilsen do get it ot get a kodilchen en le da ol thajo do hot bezeda dat esbal ben bebechinto bezeden dat den bal jo kwagi e ya ye nacha e do e si bel ta hajonigi do ba hasinna ko jo tlo da e ya just tio da kwagi e do it ida e bich ata den bal jo da e da e an ben nacha hot gil da ha shi ado connect ha go ne ge en kitai leis ta das is on zade hot e ya a chillen da kai a chanje e do da dan ki don't need an le chaje hot elchine do an le khoshi because yeah da hasna da han zade hot al trai the train has all cut out da hui shi an ki ho wan ki da hot a don lego na lieba ha wan odan shita a khashi hanan shit en ert ko la hot za ado an le al chaje na na elchine do a cut en le classroom when en has had al tra now the Aled yitchen the has town da zotlegi e taja kudalian hallen ado do kilta yada anle in zade in hallo o kutawan kilka da huishi jo e need in hallen ado da jo in lady do hotan kilta hal jish ado adi benache e o yung halchine hotal Tashido Hojoya the Hansen do get that itinda ado benache kolobel ishan al zenigida e kwagi ishan nane nilsen do jo e sibenia o kona khalchine fa e ya an lady hot abel kil hal a la ge ya jo lady of ta dang da kai go da ero da akho to da al de le yo an lady chi ya dal ti do kha da sti da sad be agwa fiye a da de il ti o da yan da kai jo da hegi in lady sa ta ya ba da hon ne do di sti da sa go da ta ko aro kone egi e ya alle bedat ich sa uile dat hebeni na e ya do da ya do jo da so yo da halchi da le agi tel o tangi sa halji aro a dat hebeni na ko e tsunai line ado zedo ya agi leader tree de yo بالتحالجي اي ان لي هان زار شي هوت اي بدهن ندو بالخول جشكو كو ادو خيشي يلكاد هول زنيدا فدا شيدو هدويات بالناس اي تصادو فدا ايدي دان جنو يلكاد نل نا يدالتين نهل ليهو ادو هوت ادس دا هيد كيسو al echda yaf on hada huil jishiko jo e kwagi e ba yelti doli nana kudo ado okundela achai ashohnitzen do shohnitzen do bahonitzen do lechigi be chwilne do lech adon lechene Daltao Kajol Kajin Naha Ebe Bahasando Halit Abestendale Neshoya Hansendole. Ohagi Bakadich Nahaya Hansendon Hizado Dikojo the hot Ebinkis for the Hashija Eka and Kisha Inilzendo Ebail Tieko.
So we want to look at 4 areas that are really a part of who we are as people. And I always like to put the spiritual first. I think that within many families, this is important. And the question that I pose, one of them is this important in your family? And asking yourselves, is this important in my family, our family? So if you think about that, think about if that's true for you. Do our kids know what this means? How are we relaying this importance to our children? And if we do that, how do they utilize spirituality at home? How can they utilize spirituality at school? Is this a part of their daily lives? Are they healthy in this area? What does it mean to be spiritually healthy in your family? And these are all questions that I feel are important for us as parents or caretakers to really ask ourselves and really be able to have these kinds of conversations with our kids. And another important changed since last year. Has this changed since January 2020 or whenever it was that your family discovered that there was a worldwide pandemic? And how can you gauge that as parents and caretakers? So just some questions for us to ponder and think about today. The next area is the psychological realm or mental health. What is happening? Do we know what is happening in their minds? Do we ask them how their day was? This affects their internal self, how they view themselves, how they experience themselves. And something that I like to really consider and practice in my own family is doing check-ins with my kids. In the morning, I may ask them, how did you sleep? So that's a question that we can ask. And that's actually a question that we can look at the last, and the question, has this changed since last year, is after every single one of these different realms and parts of us. So asking them, how did you sleep in the morning? This question actually ties into a lot of these other areas, such as the body. For example, if they say they did not sleep well, that can interfere with their body and their mind and their thinking while they're at school. So if we don't ask them that and we send them to school, maybe we get a call from the teacher that says, you know, they're having a little bit of trouble today. So if we do our little asking questions, then we might have an idea as to what that might be about. And this one question can start a conversation. If they answer, I slept good, then follow up with another question. How was it? A good sleep for you? What time did you go to bed? So we're really inquiring with our children and really investing that time into them. And as parents, that also gives us insight as to what is it that we can help them with. And just kind of going back to the spiritual part as well, talking to your kids about spirituality, talking to them about what's happening within their minds, what's happening that's affecting their internal self and how they view themselves, because that will determine how they experience the world around them.
Ado kunagi ya the spiritual within nigi a so the zinigi ado junlei bino ein kachina banadadi na binda so that the simple bido hot abataho ahagi a kwagi ki a banahi netoli ado di alanji ki kwais so hage ya a ajo hotel hodilzin do hodiyin was anigi a ya halate the here the Wanita in the anigi halate alban sea case. Aish you see important naish you see bainalish halate out in the hidden le the hikwagi hoan has anigi of what's out in the kid. Hot go. Ado na chalchinish na chaya ahunzin has anigi aleba hodilzin do has anigish na chashi ahunzin kwagi hot on naide kid. Ado nana go ya hashitao triosh hawanigi. Ado le ol tajuk ade ol taju nada hui shija ko ajigo ya Aden da kaigo tapida feda il kido na has anko bina da hidi kato le hisha hon na haka adon the hit mado jeni kliniki da yasto nan nisha ajin kina shiko na has ashe ya hota amma ero da jeda ho wadi hallo le kwai bazino chin ban na da haka and the benalido cheda jokodat ehago AD Hodilzin has anigi sohodizin has anigi halit on hayahans and dod shoda ida tirfo waniki adol tajugush efit acho hut on naidikid ado ajo anil soshe ani hota a lady hot on hiada ho dishig hotasa palchin bansita Flahoshe ani I on the dintle oko an na chalchinigis jo large banetnil na halenako. Ko di at the shingi bishot bin a raida hot yik ahoika jo ben naidikid. Ado bit bitisia tahya hot ado yen case bini ne bin and that bitsia hot ado an hinsi tini amado je in the zehagi masana change hashitao ban so case hashitao olia hodilzin adan to the case at the hodilzin do hodilian haniki hatis na rai one has hashitao olia nana ado di that hegi that jo sahon yuje sahodat san halin ko do these gene holgiste Sahoshi jo oba hinsin ashini da yos nahante ado ben na da hawani kad kujo holgiste so the zinigi shoya di nana dole ebe nas hunt it on nas nane katole niniki jo kwa ba hinsin nana ado logical psychological niniki ya ha'anne nana honana tebedadis di ha'anne to the case ajit ado hashitao ya ban to the case le hashitao ein ti case hashitao na khalchine ben na bedil kidoli lady hot do kadishing hot an kitolje shigi hashitao ben na bedil kidoli bishe hat yan se case doli Ado bis zingi nana jo ya hot ba it nahalin hashitao ya yik that's a dance. He is do yik that's a height da sedes case jo hot ego da the nachaban sa case hashita ya ye da hal net dolly aro di con hinna jado I and hide kwa the nebenas sub kaya hot e that all togo hot jo ebony na halit ayan tech case on lage go hot ada is sa channel kid debi yida hot the Nathandal kid and dan child nabi they are creature hot abada hanagi halit ayan tech case zero johinson Oko jo e o you kaige e la hot sa na halen hot e da dog at disje hot an hol jishiko Ni hishe chait a money kliniki je nda nale che aro anil zau da hot halit ababan tikis halit in kalchin betlil nishtoli judgin zintle aro bakadish wato chaya hot nozi la jin zindoli to yahun zin lada Oko jobin nachip bansa kesigi aro hot a majalido hot a large in the aja masana che aro in the idan sahagi da in kalchin che ya betlil tidoli aro benabadil kidoli listo aro benabjidol kidol halit abansin kesti dede kuda hotsa aro jutlaho e o hayudne hot on hike hot outside it's aro that zan leko a kobinache jo halit on hik akude halit abansin kesti nidoli chin kalchinem the cheko nabadil kidoli Aro today din has anhalin a kwa hotal di kudo isjan al zinigi the neck eho. A konegi a ya a large she na kid gay aqui being up the not eat now. A halate a ya in charge. Asia tell her name ye is the whole yeah, but all she numbers just kidoli. Ado betzisit ada. I'll let the yabin not nest till the binnacle numbers the dog kid on Tasha where she has you. Hot on numbers the dog kid. Do ado hajoda ishkaj da no da edo dai hai jo kai ya bennet ole shiki shi to benam shidol kishako beni nanigi ya hunan the shows day ya beol ta day ya okodo ajinaben ado do nabedino ta ebony ya she is chambers just do nabeshil kitole we hayeje ado Yenache ado do obestin ni do o hotel ondi na do hotel ba hasni zin do na bejil kido jol ta ti ya da she ad banan adoli adani ya ebony na bazis tebini na hot hagi with is changes and knowledge of course such a kuna ya of course na bejil kido kwa hejo bet is squishdolne ado o njino is kaj hudin nido ado Oko hot on juno ilhaj o kudin ni de goda o John juna shawe shi ajun juno ilhaj kachain juno net o as ado ina hos atolich bichinidolish endanan nishoda yagoda logic alein kisha hot the jana ultra I had the has kind of just like they with the whole tajina the after edo da nan nishta they just edo da arsa dal nishoda after Ohoda ahoya ajo hot Ebe is charged or leak a change juno nal shonato a don juno nato a shido juno shato a juno a shin juno with hot.
So the next section is biological, and this deals with health. This deals with diet, food. What kind of food are we eating? What kind of activity level are they at? Are they active? There's many studies out there that show that activity level is linked to many biological factors. Has this area changed for them in the past year? We want to ask those questions, engage those things for them. And something simple to ask is, what did you eat for lunch today? if they say Cheetos and probably for a growing child, but we want to be engaged in what are they doing and how are they being fed at school, and if they're doing PE, we want to ask those questions. So if they have been in the past very active, but yet now they are not, that's a change that is significant. So we want to pay attention to those changes. And we also want to get them involved in solutions. Say that they haven't been very active about ways in which that they could find some solutions, and maybe as a family finding those solutions together. And then socially, what does their social circle look like? Do they have a social circle? Who are their friends? Do you know their friends? We want to just ask questions because we want to be able, again, to gauge if things have changed or not. So we want to maybe ask them, who did you talk to at school today? If you know their friends' names, ask about their friends specifically. How was Susie today? Or did you talk to Susie today? Who did you eat lunch with? Asking these kinds of questions can show that you care, not only about them, but about who they care about and who they spend their time with.
Anati kuna nana ki ya atis nana sizinigi habe betis tahagi nana be bahosen zindoli. Ado a yanagi da kainati Jachlahoshe Yanjuno le Tadin da Diodan that Bino na Ato Hichio. Ado betrayed art isago. Able sana Jitletsko da Hodat Agi da Chede of Echo. Hodat Agi da Baba Hosens and Dolly. Do benach aged out Johatni Edo Yahuns and Doba. Ado a Nachin any gave at Agi, Allah yo yinetle. Nadil wada. Ado ishin lay dadil slonda. Edo da sahok adadat in lay njinal kidibi yijida ale. Ishin yidanet kliniki hotade nes oitsado yidahos atlen lay a tra a tspe. Halzeha niniki hotahi sabas yadat hodat ahida be bahin zindol. Bahin zindol. Ado o yuje. Ado sahok that echo to a majorly doja and nulla it che and dodging sauda a halchin it a by bahasons and only the trap it's is of what a auto bitchi ya hat of a yanigida hot abba bahasons and a kojo hot a hagida joke at a ya naidi kid na haleniki or that a hosh lahotza nafchin be bahanins and osh ayosh lahodatza na halen. Ashtabo oho da toshta ayada erotai da tsecho pae e oho waginda isthan zan the whole jish ado chanda kre hatno de da da hasya do ni da no yanda halne de o ha ishido yishigide o ha yukon la da josh ada o ka saho I see la da da iya erotai sa adabo oho jo da saho be ba hasen jo da Llahoshit a llahot aos be nachim be bahasen sin bahan and z Jino kwagin nash kidoli. Ado shisazi hot a own kiltudish ar ish archine naki. Viltashugan Jana Kade ultra with the whole traji ash. A hot sa coat ada hot ab the hon now I win that de nahalo. Jana abba danits and dan the needs and ayuballah daily ale hashi. Kade chenda dilson ayu yahando nikano. Jo akwe be khada hasin the last oko. Shikada na shinigi. I don't know the kidiki a ya. On the old touchuk ale aja nada hidi kedadi neko. Akhishi kobanan the shide yosinigi. Nada haka haila inia di Gina she is a show Janona is just kidoli. Ado old touch ein daidel son la hot on. Altabet las after Edo. A hold up and I just kid. hagi physical education nice kiddo the halata the ashin jone ashi out ashbin and glow a tahianan wa aji o hagi da benda is just kiddo like laish ayo shikat what the ayo job and installations and the genoda John daga hodini the go eshe hot on nice kiddo like Aro even nache to mother ja a jit a budget out a nache chin ye commons and dolly. Aro hudo but nache a ya jo baby kujil net dolly or put a hagi taco. Aro kujin laid the nebit taho nan lay or touch joy aja nana sate hot out nada of tagi hindi kaho. Llawer todyd a hynda i credu cael ei llawn le beth y chi fi gyda ei hot awd off tan y harchin. Y col todyd a hynda i cregu, cho e mahazin e dafydi, e di nikichin ki zeda da espa, be da da holl has khan des e syll anda, e be da da hanot sy'n jyda di neho. Y col cadn le'r todyd a hynda da di cregu, hasit eco, e da byn da bydoll cyd chaleit eco, Dede byd the hawn negi cofynu na eisiau cael ei chahod e haleit ol cadjyn dall di dabydyn nodd yna fes ddall cyd o do. Aro a be chill da hal negi do all gyda di tîm haleit byg ystan linigi da hoda te hoda e be can jylwyd o leith na eisiau cyd i gyd ebyn na che well bawz yn halchin e ha weid e. Aro nabis the doll kilchi lane with that ato di nafni behan nehe da jo itai art tel touch da hoda e kiln dal de hoda while cheese. Di da do kadish jig halit a high la lahot la lahot da vagino da on the vishil kiddo a audit with the net or like out of natural advances case or like Arabic is Hashi Yen the Hossi, Gil Tajit to KGK, Joe for all Header Holsey, though Angel Fan, Juno Header Holsey, Gil Khan the Jaw, Ada Hegi the Huda or Majuli about the Sindo little store. A Coado Nabish kid, Ultra the Shah, the Kujo whatever that even I Kidiji Shaila, Haikait Allah, and I didn't kid Haila, Llahoel yn ni gys rhaid awr yn isjalia bydd gynad yn tas da bydd yn nid olig. Aro nig isnad yn glynigi llaws benad a sy'n sydd yn nid da chala daliad da bydd yn no. Aro chaleit edo jo ebo mabjed a jo yw hat ar llalled a holsyn it's aro de cahe but my do bjed yn al bjed a hot. Because heida e bahasan she been yacht on nabish docket. Aro haleit ini ya do ila ini ya nana ol kaje. Oko dina ishil kiro janet do shi ko hadabish norta nabishil kidan da abtan has eji ya da e da all ed of that zik ispanjaga da o kaigi nabishil kid doli. The jo hagi e don kilish John
Okay, our next section is how do we as parents or caregivers know if our children are having any kind of difficulty? So we are looking for changes, anything change here. We want to, again, gauge if there is changes such as increased isolation or withdrawal, appetite changes, increased anxiety, sadness, excessive crying, agitation, or any other thing that's very noticeable to you as a parent. If there has been loss within your family or community, how does your family deal with or handle that kind of loss? So really discussing spiritual, ceremonial, perhaps counseling, pastoral counseling, some therapy, prayer in that spiritual realm. It can be really, really beneficial if that's how you believe. So however it is that you believe, just going and taking care of yourself in that way having your children participate and having those talks with them about this. And if you think or believe that your child, they may tell you that they are not doing well or they don't feel like things are going right with them, do something. Seek help, look for a therapist, a pastor, or a traditional person, a traditional practitioner to help out in whatever way that they can and get them involved in their healing as well.
Ado kuna naidi kirige ya money plido and masana cheda nani tlo dan alchin ba hiliang niki ya just sao alla sao datsa na halin legi all yahans and all even naidi kid Ado sahoishi just trailchin aitsa on da kedalik sao ya da yanigi da saho dan do da nzindan da halle ero da yego ishi kebel ye da halle ado konegi ya ye ye chada chanzen da fe o ero da adol na daile o ko jo hot ahegi da e khalchin shi be ba hasin zindole aro yinat ahegi ya jo sada hot a khashi yo ninde ko ma sam biche biche ba ma khashi a yo ninde ai che da o a dance leo da ya ben yo shin ki da do ga o ko jo khagi baba hin zini ben na go ya a kwa ho one has agi ma jer chine kha che khashi da ba ne ki ko khalet a ya dat gedat en galet a ja jans da case je kan net ja jo an naide kid ado benachi ge ja jo konso da hadzen ado ko church nasnel ado ad nek etch da chance is in the no anas anigi ado saho ja the counseling therapy ajo zel ajo hot abot nadas archi yadal here a yadal Kaya hon zinigi joy in the naljo that a hegi that joy quite nalasta all touch it over tarla in yenas dako ya ko hodat a hoda she ya budget cho had cho just ado lately so ado she kwa hot abel is just sindole ado di kwadru hodilzin has I saw hodilzin Ado achashi jot lashi junde kujid not sos Bible dal tajid Christianity ado traditionally do. Jo achashi hot ao ashi but ishaj do lethal be bakaj do lo. Achachin do achwij zinigi da adako. Adon lady kujid lay IH estinaz ayin yenas da akut a hot achi yadashtia. Yin aljo da no kut abatas ado yin yet da ishkot on the has hodat ahoda. Éisiú ábal baid ada ba appointment istá lílan ja hon betinge astá léitá. Aá é a chuid a Magellinnig sé aigi é chatin chabá ba bahas an zindólig. Aá ébaní na é annabé na horní é ná sin band é a band á é aigi adódá.
So how can we support our kids? I think one of the main takeaways today is communication, increasing that communication with them, doing check-ins with them. Let them know that it is okay to ask questions and it's okay to talk to you. How was your day? Just asking them that simple question. Also encouraging communication with others. So encouraging communication with family members, teachers, school counselors, friends. And another thing that I think we should really pay attention to is self-care as parents. We take care of ourselves so that we can be okay to take care of them. And the illustration here is you can't pour from an empty cup. Take care of yourself first. So we want to make sure that we're filling up the water in our own cups. That way we can share with them.
Kunna ja chalit an chalchinne bekati luas. Jo hot agi di kude hot an bahuil nagi ko. Alit ang kalchin bakadi what lanji gishe yajo by yashtia a nabishil kido betel a wajil now. O hot edo lit acha ishi juda yaw a jiyaw da a wagi hot a bahasine do hanago hot betel kid for stol ne kalchin and linigi. Ado e United Kidikida, Hakushi Jo Hotela Kojo, Dit Ilia Shachin Nido Lake Ado Benache, Nana Sachigo, Heshin, Amayaj Etadadan, Le, Masana Echadadan, Lenigita Jo Ekoi and Yena Starto, Edo Ajevich Chojof, Ishi Dole, Chunabit, Heshin Juno Hahachi, Yich Ahadot Sihiki Bakajo by Isens in Okoda. Eshi baby hilkojil netoli. Aro okuna egi ya ahwich zinigi a majalinigi je masan eche a jen saudas ahwich zinigi do beta ahwich shin elanje. Eben na che halchin ye haya hunsindoli do ye be at da hunsindoli do. Yisibini ya ko halain halchin ba it johan. Oko ahwe atit zinigi tqoi anigi dochi ya ida be ita ahjulianjo bahasini ya be nashim tinigi hot edo like ebony na dikudo hot abe hoil nako ado al touch go do ya da al tagi da ado bikis ado khashin ni ya hosi do ado al touch hot aji ya da ti da hot ayin ya nasta bijino da shif do hot aji hot anjono ye isnal nishtoli ado Anna Hiego, Dada Hulia, a Madani Linisha, a Dada Hulia, a Alscoja Yard Etolich, in Harchini, but East Oben, but Tahihot, Eho Yasundoli, a hot anchor. Ado a betrai, a she yego the hardy softoli, which is zinigi, Ado late order, Belgiano, Tanjit Ashtoli, Harchini, because the Jehoda, Erodite is the Aha Ishi, Chiancho, Ida, hot anchor.
And lastly, once we start to implement some of these practices, if you choose to, we want to look for the strengths. We want to look for the things that we can highlight for our kids. You know, maybe our children are really creative, building upon that creativity. Maybe they show exceptional kindness, building upon that. So in looking at our own strengths as parents, building on those strengths. So just being able to talk about all areas and how they play a part in your own world. I think that is really important for us as caretakers and parents, and just really being able to encourage that communication and not giving up.
Arodi baby na shinigi ya lanji ge ya if ada husin zinigi jo kodoba yel tiki at ke na da na ko ado khalait ya ben kit nadan kit skedoli ado khalait ya do hot ego because ayo adabo do shinto ban case stoli ad kwa baby cash chiniki with the wisdom courage hot adabo kaij no do show ya kwa lashe na hoti ado khalait ishla eben nache ban case do shisazi they should go a wish ni stoli shalchinaba Jidinozin Chiko, Ebinina, Eko Adi Ishjan Nanaliako, Ado, Eyisigi, Yajo, Halchina Bitlnetla, Kudoba Nagit, Eba Ajusino, Ade Ya Ado Nehot, Ado, Kite Ado Yanza, Case Angel, Kachi, Yatkido Lakeko, Ado, Daro bahanits in a dino safe and linigi chini yajo or atohal just took a dish chain. Okay, your leggy danetle, lay aha ishi, wahanet lo, a nabishit kiddo yenet, linigi halit no satoba bishnet lo, just no arts could be yahot, ado aquiche, a shinet, shall way she as a dicho, jadon the sohdizin, that eggy in the dahajit. Dat hij daar benaf is, ja, just so much a haulne. aro binne betrappet istra ja hot hossen ye da honsen hot da andan lede I gatli tsadu gat masana che naladan linigida hait au kon be kwe ya ho agi be bechwajil now do yo yenda idil kidsto do was baus no da shin stop na isil kido eben na che ha chin mit isjan just sendo o kudat ho da ya ein si tsinigi ho wan kitlas anin kalchin be bebel enis ja enils no en so yet edole jo aje igisibini yako ebini na awle be dat ama je at che amasane en nalla khoshi no safe gi kom kalchin ba da yado yet edole git oh fato ba babeno leko dit a yan kis is ja iliadole.
We want to thank everyone for attending this session and for your valuable time today. Ahiahe.
Thank you, Dr. Begay, and thank you, Julia. I want to thank everyone who is tuned in for joining our Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities Conference. We hope that you're gathering some valuable tips and information from our presenters. Right now, our agenda, we will take a break and sessions will resume this afternoon at 1 p.m. If we can please bring up this afternoon's agenda. We have 4 sessions scheduled for this afternoon. 1 p.m. to 1:45 will be alcohol and substance abuse by Mr. Wallace Billy from Division of Public Safety. 2 to 2:45 p.m. Navajo Clan System by Ms. Evelyn Tracy Bahi from Department of Diné Education. 3 o'clock to 3:45 College Bound Initiative by Mr. Ryan Chi of Elementary School. And this evening from 6 to 7 p.m. have a family activity, self-defense and situational awareness, presented by Lieutenant Donnie Key of Division of Public Safety. Again, we hope you continue to participate and view our virtual conference. We will take a short break from now until 1 p.m. Thank you.
Can you see the PowerPoint? We have a PowerPoint here. Hakoshi joyat shikeshidana. Adot anoltron adeta isanoltagi. Sheya Evelyn Tracy Bahi Dashijane, Senior Education Specialist, Office of Standards, Curriculum and Assessment Development, Department of the Education. Ade eya Kodo eya Nihisan Dahuil Netdole Ado Shingi eya Kia Anin Dish cheat ni Bashish chin to a she Dashachero to the chin Dashanal na shadegi eya si trohe da hajane Wood Springs ade eya na shatlok an telo na hos age akot ela ado and my background, my experience includes a classroom teacher for many years with a public school setting, high school and elementary school counselor for about 11 years, and then a school psychologist for the public schools in Arizona, and then the BIE schools. Akot eya achne bisnan sho ado amado je ada bisnan sho ashnan eya ashla akoko ebenash shi eya di koto bahuil neto le akoko ade ya hai koto nina tani lingi koto larger holni pasalahagi edo niche ete hotol zilton kilna hotolne.
Good afternoon. Shaya Vera Johnson, the Education Program Manager. Office of Standard Curriculum and Assessment Development. Ako kadesanin shlo hanaga ni pashishin aro inda kia ani dasha chedo tsanji kine dasha nale. Look at ke go ade go sanin shle. Quaggy what errorlation he don't need ashi benil soit ado apohone adiki it ashi di adone atlenigi ajabe hil ben hiln dahil do ade beshi and the adult kid ko hidden snago hiln dahodilne ako shady a man shlido a masanen shlido a nalen shle aro and Shalchinado Ado Shahalianigi bet aninle Ahot on shego Nihich at the hossin or lake.
Okay. Joyat ado she isto a masanen shlido a nalan shlido a manshe a coco shalchin holno ado shalchin ishla a coco talt it's a laugh so I done ado sit suido to laugh so and le coco. Hot a dehos sidole ado in the Kado did your theme, strengthening Navajo families and communities. Aid a larger and law in nature Ecuador if you hold ato if you hit on a hidden tin linishi a hot del neto late a coco. Nana did hinan shudel in Ecuador all traps na has Sacho ingito anhi all ilche ajetenek ache all ilpena tini aje all trat oye eta yes yedo ebesen delen shoko ebaka nature ko di benda do shaka holji do stat satan jon go keten ta sonella do eta huil ta isenil tsago ade koko from the president's office ade besendal nishigi don hinat ani don hijahat zi ado first lady do ado di de ade deepen da hoson out keten da hoson nelgin journal keten da hoson nel di de tsada yego eya kan hilho ado ko en hilho jishigi tsadan journal hi sinel na halo hot ta salan hilha hot ne ben hilha hot
ne eshi banza keso kutaya eya ba konizi dos de nan tinlini eya jono eya tsuda at agit ego jono eya bata holneko the national law ko hashin sosa kata dashi sat atasati sa da ko ani de eya andat la koko. I just want to say that the family, the theme for strengthening the family really is from home. The teaching is from home. Hawan has ado, jot a hawan maza has in the honish kisatra, jo ado to the atsa, nantin hat e. A coco ado ehushna e hotelje e ol trap has the hashin so nihirata krat it in the chinny and no settling lingi. Aita oho lingi e hatat eshinta a cocodide a kehat ningi a mato je jo ya a large long ya a yo she be e hajj cotego at all a mato je and lingi di questions the fundamental laws of the resolution dig it ego ya ado oho a chiniya and lingi jo ya amma ado je okut o ibada hajj now aman lingi to biage bihilie and the jen lini to lanishin bihilie a coco ado ayo o nepinachin lo a chinia hale kot o ado pinachin to jo chiste to lanishin to biage be away ne a coco a chico excuse me a chico ele chila o a she's chila away she's chila hatnila a coco what ken linishi be hajish a coco aro di amado je jo ade nantin hashin soko pasala a coco ade bien hilhadil coco ado amasanado chedo analedo hastoid and lingi hashine la johat a family at ben hitzil johat eleko ado benashin lo be hainil ni so de zinto ni ol ni zat ni otla edo in the tape he el hini haini lo nasnane khatle johat coco hard the lake no chelako al hasotot zin al kha khosnia johat nilako aro ade hot such na no en hinat anin lingi large ye yaltkilako atonadi zin dolis kodol kha na hulia dolis net jinani khatolis ayat ehokon yan hilnast aro jono ade slash ben hiji adat hinat ani do ade dal nishid anolto in the ad anan spilta in hede adet o yun antin leko a cut out di de ba huil net dolis a benil sodo a benil angoneko a hot ko ado di the next slide the 4 original clans to yahe kwa o just ango ben hilnash net dolis do di got adon jilingi jo tsata yego khanne bestanti la ko do sendo bestanti jo hot ni zazda ni himasan hi chedan lena hot lede shi ye kai koko aro in that tsata ko anna kholabi ni khol jish an lede done shi kot de kone ni so de zendon he otla don he ol ilcho ben hit zil jo hat no pata hanne koko ashi ani kot de large and lingi kia ani towering house clan jot ban ha acho shi bilni jon lede Asanat le yoske sancho asagi olia no ea bahaneko. Asanat le lingi betelde hashin sogo ea betchinigi hayil disgo ade ea di ekia ani doles kia ani den doles nigo yins ni jene echa archigo kone archigo yoske yoske be da hana kago aja ea kot ea be ilni ko aron sa case lini besala ulia echa yos kas behije dan konet besnana la koko aro ende the con hit zeal ajo holossus na jin con ajo bitch so deal zendo ba ini the cont a ye the bitch in the heart ne lobby yin the halon hanet so the ye go but di you know she hot a in his has a any echo aro ende the and ye it hegi ye ya chanel ye hegi ya ne atsen ish ja aja at a betsalala koko yolke at aja ade shi na ni offering iko aja large na halo yolke aja it represents that mountain aro in the di aja and now say ed birth Aj be hot ila kokoti kia ani de ne ni lengi eshin ajo na khaliat aro in de takone ni hili holon liaj na edo shashin ajo be ni ilni nana ni hist don khalia ina ta eshin hist on khalia akot edi kia ani large and locha ajo be ilni aro shi nana benet sanat le benet be Shade ade between Lini Hanayis des ya South Chico ya Yenan ni shata ashko no that is no ashko na hat up nana liakone aro in the dashe be hold she ashko benadet aro in dan hit zil ajana hotlan sort zil etot jit zil ajo otsonati zen hot ya nana liakone aro in the takone ya echane liedo gi bi bij ya Nana lia ado in the no set linge no set teenagers adolescents ado nana lia jo no ya da hasne koko ado de ya atlingi ya khonagani one who walks around you jo na kikon ya large na halo ajani lia ko beli ba lia ge na stutso ado best ba lia ge na yize a koko hata ya dide na kiko na itlengi hanaga ni ejo hata bana haneta aro tha ko na ge thodi ni koko ya ajo ajo nana letso in the ta ajo no tsui hanal toche ajo ko bena ilni ina ajo ya be ya nan tina hatla na hast ala koko no hot soon lingi na ta su ajo be so na this no hot ko ej kat bj in his hol koko ya ajo shi ya hat ab nana lia ni hit zil lingi dok o slid di chilit zil ajo ya beth nana lia koko hot aro chane lie doge shabet all ya bel ya jindi chana sledo lekipta no akot ko aro in dan no session linge ya adult ya ajo ya nana lia koko amado jashi ya asli bol jishche ya nana tela ko de thore nin linge ya kone achane liedo belido ye ba khliado ge etish et ish aja belbena ilni ado best ebana niliage ina ole agot eti de tra akon atlen lini turichi ni hot ya be ya large shin khada hadilia doti o dast ango bahashna doshi ni ya fasi do ni chedo ni zazan ye shi ya besent tralo yego ya da hadna do khanna do hot okay, di ocho dast angoto in hilche da huiga. Aro di di go nege ya he na ho konchugo ajugo ya lijen ajugo ya bashjini bis nana nel koko si hasan ajugo da he hol ala ado chahal hel bil khana delia tlahna in the so hanal tach kona happy yich bis nana liala koko ado in the de bensa ya in hitzil lo ya hot ya to the ajo bena yil nil koko bashjini ajo yelchi nadal esto aro in the channel yedo in ekato in the lingi ya nats illet ya bebet zilo ya ade beba khanya ade ya panil yala koko ado in that ano settled in essa beach koko ya ajo khota khadji ajo hot ela ko khasht ishni tenne je bayashki koko ajo don en lini khasht ishni ajo ba nan beli ba ya ke tasan ado in the best ba ya ke nat ya kot but the four clans ba question that the later coco aro in the poster lake and the trado hashin so ba in lini chio ido no certain lini corny chite con di quet it o delia la cotela aro ti Adone a large tiko ni nili ado kebe betanna hasla ken lini ana de deshi koko o na khayu koko kot koko le ashi bakage joke ashi dene na sa ashi ni da no de yojila koko ado in the ke hona de betlejineta ado deshkijni Sanjikine dat iskinada dit iskena dan koko ado jashake deshi ni bashish change of the sneko abk can the cheat ni do ashchi ado dat kwekota bakha koko eskena dan ligo kets ozen halonshi nan kopahan lini at tahazli date and in the area the halon at each clan has a story historically and hot hanetan la koko kot pa na question to lis ako aro in the tati kwa out the clan system is established to enforce Ke, and in return, Ke is also the foundation of the clan system. Today, there are many clans that have descended from the original 4 basic clans. Our clan system is the foundation of keeping the healthy bloodline toward well-being as individuals, families, and as a nation. Apenda and law kone zati ke hona ako kone ya di ba question egi zat eski da di ti na lo hata ni khana kot all jisho eti hone kwanza ya ates koko dik and lini sheets the yego 80 yindo the yego 1,000 the yego ba kohuin zin she kot ashi ben hehot ilzen a koko ado in the atajnil zajo gato hard she just ashin ya the hashi aita and ke holodo lit aita ya ad yan kadol with you holoshe jo hat nil ko ban sa kiso ni ikut koko. Aroin that they quite analysis nanas Navajo kinship system. Di Stockholm ultran lego eya beta ayil nito eya ad eya be eya nantin lini kone eya bisala koko. Kodo the Office of Standards Curriculum and Assessment Development kodo the 5 content standards so liao hatelia kone di it's the large and halon bisala koko. Hadei di lagi yai ba al trai kushina din do tratin konal dan ste kaya hata huis so de kaya ta bet oji de ade iya hadei di la hatrali dan lingi do in de takonat ani dan lingi ant in di ilhine krako but 85 content standards hata di lia do chuda in di ultra na has ago kodik and lini large and long ya bi sala koko chiniajan lini kone de holzendo le kone ado yikaste do eya altoje eya be bespaus no ene nje edi de kagi ane do pahodio nata jo le de petane ya do hata e shi bik e di de di cho ingi kote koko a large and long amado je ado shingi ado eya ba chine eya but a man lingi ado bjen lingi ado bechain lini do benalan lingi a koko di street hashin to ya ultrasin delen shuda shadow the yego bespeda husenda chini yajitan lido ano sesado at asani those tweets dan linde do yego bespeda husenda koko akot ya dide benanil tino shindo paltra dan lingin dan tino ya nihil hol jish koko di street kont ni yuka denet ago doja perhozenda nalan sili koko aro in the tatida hashin sogot ashin ebni na that is chin do cheten khato bi ga da yan da khai so di shi de do as chin yajnol satna do le nat he has at our age level hashin sogot oyo do hilt edan halle as at koko today's generation, they have a technology that's really influencing their lifestyle. Social media, Facebook, music, language, in the dysfunctional families and parents that are growing up as parents and they're very young and chinen na zelto chinen nan chin that shin so shin da bo benina da shot hilta hal ji state od bansi case la go chiniage anin da kagin led trots na ilagi da ke kada da kan an George da ke da nas jago hat das na bisa das ich bin da na gachin da ban such a case aro in the one has get your aro in and tin hat tradition koko one has yes don le I seen le hana da other led that the see do troda do in the beran do other that ta halone do بالجنا نلون خالشن لني تشاتوجن يا تاخن زند تو بس بيتا خزند كوكو خت كوسات لني إن أتابو أهنا لنسلي كوكو أروتي بنا خشين سو tin khachin they're affected socially, emotionally, psychologically, and physically. Jadi ikin ta kaya ko abuse dan lingi ko eshi ani ko koko ti akot in khachin lini go da bitch na hot ko ti en lini do bespeda hosen da sa ado in the nana sachigi yahe nana the nen lingi ajko taisnta asko at nana sati the neigi ta the seek ahead or jota to sad linita to benaho atana lo hat on his whole koko Ela aro indicated the last slide that I have, Lifeline. And my areas of study, you know, I received my bachelor's in education from University of Arizona, in the counseling and educational psychology from University of Utah. So my work involved a lot of counseling from kindergarten to high school. Lini counseling age in the psychological evaluation edo hashin soshanan shishlago didant ende hina hast de hashin so di ken lini chin no satan linge e ya a hashin so e bohati lego e ya hikeshin na gado le ot e ya bansas case ot de lifeline ishlado le jodi kwa chinia but the chief birth ato but the chigo ya bo ot sango amato jen lingi jo ya besrojan dole a koko ado ya jon hid o ilche ya dilzen di de jol san jidisen in the le aro le do da ingi da e ba kujensen ji yangi da aya just kicken the joy da eti away in lini khatsare khat negi ben nach ya di za ye go dilzen do za gon zu ke do za ya just hit da khat no da ya da khwal ji do aro in the da ko o sanje na do gas o sanje ya hojongo do chi do hojongo we be ya hui do as jo hot ya at birth aro ya the reason why I put this straight line across is this is a lifeline from birth to however long a person the life line is. And we have our ups and downs. The middle one, straight line, is pretty much a normal, neutral, you know, everyday good things kind of a. If it goes down, then it's like the sadness. If it goes up, then it's happiness. Each one of us, we have our lifeline. Let me see if I can do that here. Insert. Okay. Ya chinya bit chi wa shin hot ta jon la so away ya ja ko shin jono bit khaya hot bit or chi it goes up like this. Aro khashin hol jisho away ya pat ot si hot nido. Aro bit khata khoni kai aro ya hana to ni. Aro kana hol jisho away that na at the whole family but not the hojon that the nato kilkot on lego tege. Aro in da jin juno I has to na hol jish. Ane way yash bit khani kai na hot nido the kwana. Aro in the kote hol jish. Away yash la khashid ado khat zita. Jojon kiti gata bela hol jish. Aro just ended the whole family gets affected so it goes down again. Aron le ul tkhajni ya ada ul tkhaiga away ya jashi bel khojan ul tkha tahnato ni edo ta edo bel khojan da dole ul tkhanlini ya adi bel bel ya khot akate tkhadole sa yenes tan aron jona bel na hotoljish aron de eba tkhanlini ayon away بعد الله تحشني نانا نودا أدو يان ماجليني يا ناش بس يا ناش دنوتا أدو تكون نتزاد قلت خدي عشان بتش أنا هتشكل the child is going to go down this early stage in life is very important because and you know if something happens all these abuse neglect dysfunctional happens in here the lifeline will be under this straight line. Akoko hot ela ko le atil ingota at ekote. Akoko di joti counselor and slon hashin zashna holji jotoshneko. Di ko elchinia kota bet chido stan le hashi so the ye go ya ye it hozni le kot the nasty adik e kai gaslole. I had some kids that were sexually abused in their early years in school, and that affected them until in high school. That they and this is the reason why I put this lifeline in here. And lingi jo pinda bahane yo ino nigon ha chin bicho yastia. She away spend time with them, talk with them, listen to them. That's the yego she question yajin lini ya. Be خجل طولي be ya stolli sadn lini baby ya jiltki in the illegal ban sitki so illegal bitch ya be najintin go konan at ya alchinen lini khodato yegwik e khanaga da dolle koko in the juk at ya dishin the chinya shaho assign the has tanda jo ha dolle in the aro atlanta in the ale to ta ini ta penas banjera jo ya hai khote ai ta yo hos dolle leol khada da bal khaitan lingi tan leti shkiya jet ya bizarro yat eta no the counselor jelo aja hachida isni koko. And if the language and how your child is taught over here and at home, whatever is taught at home and whatever they listen to, they think it's normal. So if they come to school and has profanity language at this early stage, then it's not okay in the classroom. And it's not okay for children that are born or raised with, that kind of a home setting. But if the child has that kind of a home setting and it's nothing to them, and no sela da ko di ban da of negi dik and lingit needs the yego. It plays a big role in in the early stages of a child's life. And they did en lingi sa to bespeda hosen that chutati ne koko aro sa e bespeda hosen koko aro in the daskida ya do she can the dobich jot la tan hit no in keda edo lista that no the bino jot on skin the dan lo eyan ta hashili koko atishi de eya shato it's the year go eya ahot eya hawad bichya dati da ko dik and lingi aron he sort of zimbi sala aron he yin bi sala koko ni no stan ni ma di no it's a deal zintle ya del ni tra betra ba chene ni tlon ya ni tlon koko de a kwiji ta lo a kwiji ko ya di no stan ya ba chene ni tlen joni ni ket a khata ni jo ben hausen at no stan bidini is in hausen do beche so deal zin khot ya kapati aro intan ni yadelhil aananat enitsit aaja hohat nots ein hiets aus den large di nots dilsen se det op en hiet alsen johnny hiti hot ya ni so de zendant ado betra ikon ya naharatan lini hotat koko hake age go hake nahara khat eshi khat ekishi ikhatab kitchen tak daro le jean tak chin khadna jo hake age hake khatnots egi no stam besles is she the yego ya bes epidi jilon hake na do gal koko aro in the taya del khito hot koko ya dik and lini it's the yego eya aja eya no stan lingi lashe sotilzen no stan himma aro in danche aro in the yadalhil ado sotten ne hot as lay kon so then bake any bit bake eti ne koko di ko shin so din ada the sats ko open is condition question large on your right hand the first one, your thumb. your pointer hand, ya khama, your middle hand, finger, I'm sorry, your middle finger is ado your ring finger, ya khamasane, ado your the pinky, ya hache, akodi eben ya khala ashla, jot ya ya Shiltahos and Mr. Emerson John Hatali Konoya. I thought it was very unique. Then on your left hand, your thumb is you, and then your pointer finger is your mom, and then your middle finger is your dad. Your ring finger is your nali, and the last little pinky finger is your che. Ni go ya hod neko. Njono go anin halojo. Ashi anin that lantin lini disit to shito kedo shit shalchene rashin so di kut ela bedishno ko ya kunzen. Aroti, if you raise a fist here, your four fingers right here, enlarge it, the one that goes with your pointer finger, sis not Janet, ado in the second one is so the third one is doko asleep, ado the last one is your the bensa di that be e bi ke hui te kokoti go e ken lingi hita has te kopinina ye go dini zendi sinelgo e hol di nats ilit na halon hinas to bi ke hui te go azado ego in hitzil go nas na ne katolik be hini ka di ken lingi hawade ya khamasana to khache do khanale to Hanala sta hanala hastki in the takon habije jo eta do yeo ya hosenda alchin dishjide din bijet din mayajet din diet diet don hastweet ejo agi alchin doit the yego yeda hosen arot hayuk on the net koko. We have such big families, some of us, and she kunst koko ashi gaten dan segi ede yo be da hasen dosh large iki aro banada alchin bitsoke do bada honsen da koko nihishi elola akonot koko kot koko jaut in the land jodik en lingi be hini tra do ben hit zil do yat الخصر ديل زندو بين نجئية ناس ناني كاتولي جوهت كوي جنهلون إيا يداتي كوكو آرونا الچن يجن لسا إيا هي تن لنجي دو يداشچنجي دو إي دوبل بيدا زندا كوكو سا إيا الكتاشت كوكو أني كو إيا we had a professional development person that it's not their fault. Da khashin so yinina e kanda shi jorat naz alto beninado ya dan zendo do in the takoto be ye in lo atehotol zilishi ay oni den tleoto khashin so but that is and it's not their fault. So you have to really treat them with respect regardless. A cockatee and hinit ashit aya and hin hatchen ye go benanit hinonit so can hinaliaj but ashit aya gasto lichne aya dik and lini aya bahweshne aro in the dakoto but before she gets here on board, she and sales, tahoni autumn, de shishni lashma. Eka nshiltan John go beliketa huisio. Kokia tan lila. Benina 18 late logo say yeah no shilne. So that kind of made sense too. And right now I like to have my program manager, Miss Vera Johnson. I'll give her the floor. Yat nana danalsko. Ado inda ya ash na dishne ako di inide ya ya adon atleniki don itlengi ede ya benchis na hasne okon jonako ya benchis na hasne to ado inda ya kudone nejeshi ya balkonitsen don hilpehosen do lehto inda yat huije ya be yeltje do be benaniltje no ya nas in hilhorjes to hala dik adisji den hilhot agi ayego ya nahot hasli oko na okahagi yiset ya be yeltje ako tinko ya juk hagi ya akona iltsela ako ashon de wal ako siyash awe inda ada ashon de shachene jeno da ya jokala ako hot ashi sa de gishi ya chunil kodo na ini kanto le kun nihe nat ani dan lenegi ko alaje nihe nat ani leni jud hui jid ya na okagin hich ne ako di adonne atlengi yese alaje ils elodo alaje bek adi no hot shi adonil alle onsen shit ya di hot abantis case ako ado inda ya abo hone di ado inda abe nil soy ya kuche ya di Mrs. Tracy Bahi hot an hit na hasnet sadli ako nahaalchine da yego ya be nanit kin go aje en khaya at dis jin da ya do yod an haalchine Nihil bahusen od en halchen edo yo enni da disji da akonda ba benal be yelt kito benal benanilt kin ohot ashi edonil adonil ako johala did jileniki do in da bajischena hache do in da hamasan hanaladan lenigit askojo ebeteligi kohagi ebe ajuda jino eba da hachilne ako alla aba oho shi ya do da hijin na da do lejo ati de ligi ich da heti len hot ad ya be istana jelli do be de na jelli la ako hot ya na antkini sa lado hot ya na hastwido in dan an ja trali da hot ya yin dan tkin ako ya di ako hot be da hot zano ya bahazane de jo gato bahazane de ya bahazan got ya jo ga le jo da no ya ba da hajilne ako shit ya ako hot ya jono go ya kilna hazne do inda khata hez de hanne batati de ade ya jono go ya kilna hazne ako da is not agi do hata so kiziki ya ja hit schnil do ado inda ya ya aitan ayan hich da sasin do ado adon anshli do bashchin do inda da che do da shnal ya aita ya ben hilwishna akonde do shis do go ya shedi atne sanin shli do hanaga ni bashchin ado inda ikia ani da che do sanji kene da shnal look an telde go ade go sanin shle akonde iltuit kata ade ya igese ade ya shiyaho shamasana ado ya halond ado shaman lin ade ati ako hot ade sanen shlido ado and dasha alchin turich ni yat ashchin ado the nasha halyanigi at konzata hol shigi ya betani need hot ya nchilchin ako koto ne chin launching ya dik ato ne nitlenigi ya aba ako ni zendo hitin snabe na hinit hino ohot ashin ya nakayat di kaya ya tenan ninigi ako dik adishji denal kako kot yan di nakaalchinek at no selegi di ya di bezaten linigi ya do ya hosenda adon da de kate da akonta do hojon aise bespaus dal dan hilno ya nhilta halne dal kagi hot ade nhilta halne akondela zezachit da an hi it on ya dishi ya sahaton nilton halchine ne nasko ya bezat lengi do yigate atsko ya baba ol ilbenan kendi konde ya do yihato grata nitzen joko hot ya da hikodo ya beyelt kedo benat niltken go an hide ya hot ago in hinan shitel ingo do shin ani edon nilta akobena ya ade da isnot aigido adon da an ya be ehilta hosne do sato yan hika natcha in halchinen da naltken de nek achido de nebezad be binda benaltken do and dan hi ol in hinantken altsko sato ben hika natcha sato binda benaltken akohat ya saden linigi ya ben kich hatiste ako ya di kachi ya di koje everyone hitna hatna oli
Juliana o adoshinat anin linigi kosad linigi hadzi kokot ani eya kote koko aro inde tatido kodo presenters dan linigi kode ni kahdini kodo from the Office of Standards Curriculum and Assessment kodo ibn de lishishne not the zito na kin not the zip be professional development bandil ultra ba dan linigi koko to hayu ya hi katenzen to hi hata is koko state ya khela ni jana do si khela ya ni ka na do stati no it's so ya stati ni koko there's some really good presentations that you have conducted. So if you can contact our office, we have professional development that is scheduled for the school year. And our phone number here is 928-871-7660. And we like to schedule you and, to do short presentations that you've been doing. It's very informative and journey at the anit bakatinit na jahashin sawahanetjit in the ado abelach lahat yanahal nada and jono need in a yot please ko di kot ela koko ado dik and lini ani Akheda, yes, Tioda, Akheda, Khadashita, Ea, Shik, Ain, Legends, and go, Ea, Cotes the Costo, Ea, Sabe, Hatzi, Be, Archis, E, Coco, a Coco, di Benda, Hatahiso, Ziki, Ko, Shik, Ada, no Sila, Arnold, Kagi bake ago hot ea hen hitini dolis. Aro di school counseling ea isha jotashne ultraje. Ado amato je epasna ansh ea izat olia bisa la koko. Amato je adale khayra. Di she away lini could obj and hot e hasno. Aro ye hosalne di kodon and shat order. Ko ebe ea Rashin so Saden Lingi and Jano hashed at Nika. Deal Chiniyaj ani Konanat students that are, need services, counseling services that are referred to you. And di that is the old one do hato hashken zen hat no da it hat no da hat eat loss. Arobel ya and counselors are, they got their training to work with human. And there's a way that you can break the ice. And cat is one of them. Don the honash o yanant the eat loss. aro in the ebajini ho. It loosens the child up. A koko, you know, like I said, it's an icebreaker. Pushing Ela Shiyajan Lila, Shanalan Lila, Tuyajan Lila, but you know, they're really hungry for that kind of a greeting. And the yego but zilgo enal nishikoko and channel ik epichiniko AIC a illegal the yingo jot she yats the cos a coco it opa in working with students that are referred for counseling. Ado e benashin lo e ado e ya peleskia zolzi ado nason juno pelche ya jel tito naso pomato beje danjuno pelintachel nishla o cappuccino anjuno e ya na o kan lini pelski sala kon ultratani hisi kota a koko shia ja we disha e ultratani hisi la ko pejnoda ado ye khoskalne you establish that trust, you establish that relationship. And that's how powerful it is. And if you continue to use that, you know, it makes your job a lot easier. Ado in the aniti I'm going to give you an example. Shemaya cohort Ada May. It's not Andita with COVID. And a coco. Kojinosh Kojin Winder flea market. Ajish 2 years Ajin age, you know, one of them was my daughter. Ajin age, she ninde she's Latin law. Could the Hatada she ish in the Kohali the Bagano. Shetania, Chinyajish Ishojano. Alan Shatajano, she shit de la Shinzis near Hodina no. Aro e an leda hawata nani kande she chiniya in pamail net no. Grandma was hugging this man at the flea market. They were sure hugging each other. No, because Jo coco di aggie she been that she di chin double beta house no. Aro in that chinia at a seat. I did masane with get hit no a tata she what she nas new hotina. Ashton Lego out she in bin she a lot. They embraced each other, and this is a relative that you know. She a kut in she coco quite obach on aro so ken lini a kut ela coco aro yahe oh what's in there not she can kon soko yan hitchen ado le she shit the neck on no so. Sonia, I'm done. Do you have any more to say?
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you so much for that presentation. Very happy that you were able to share that in-depth information. So I really appreciate it, and we'd like to say thank you for being a part of our conference this afternoon. All, forgive us, we had some technical difficulties with one of our presenters due to the weather. They had difficulties connecting. So we've gotten it all straightened out now. We'd like to move along right with the agenda this afternoon. And I will be introducing our next presenter, Ms. Lucy Dan from Division of Public Safety, and she will be covering our next session on alcohol and substance abuse. Lucy?
Dan, and I work with the Navajo Police Training Academy here at the Chinle District. And I've been with the Navajo Police Training Academy since 2018. And I was just wondering, I can't hear anything, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to communicate. There you go. Thank you. Hi, again, I was having technical difficulties, but I'm here to talk about the alcohol and substance abuse. I've been, our reservation is it's plagued pretty much with the alcohol and substance abuse. The 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 alcoholism is I don't think it's bad. I don't want to compare and say one is better than the other, but or worse than the other. But the substance abuse is a little higher and compared to the alcoholism. They are both still a problem, but the substance abuse is more, I think, directed toward our youth, and they get into it way at a younger age than the alcoholism, and that is more of a problem, like I guess a little higher problem than alcoholism or the alcohol use. But as far as the alcohol and the substance abuse use, it really affects the whole family. Starting with the alcohol and then the substance abuse going in, it affects the whole family. It affects the family, then it affects the school, and then of course it leads into their adult life. And if we can intervene somehow earlier, at least as parents, to give a lot more attention than what we have, and show that we love them, we care for them, that we're there for them no matter what happens, and that, and letting them know that they have someone who really loves them and cares for them that they can turn to. And then someone who just, they're a parent, aunt, grandma, grandpa, sister, brother, someone who will say, it doesn't matter what you do, her child has been started off with alcoholism first, and then, but it gradually went into the substance abuse, and then pretty soon it went into the actual, using it and then distributing it, selling it. And then of course it led into the criminal acts that evolved from substance abuse. But she was always there for her daughter. No matter what, she'd always say, "I love you. Let's see what we can do to help you." She would, her daughter would end up going to jail for something, but she would get her daughter, bring her home, just let her know that she still loved her all the time, and it just kept going. Eventually, her daughter did, separate from the person that she was with. And there was also the domestic violence that came from the substance abuse and the alcohol use. We have a lot of that domestic violence stems from the alcohol use and the substance abuse also. But my coworker, she stood by her daughter all this time, no matter what. And it was really tough for her, but I was like, I always commended her and thought, man, she's a strong woman, you know, to go through so much with her daughter and just keep going. And, because it wasn't just her daughter going through this, it was her too. Just the emotional stress of everything. But and she was happy when her daughter separated from everything. She went to counseling. She went to like a place where she can get help for the substance abuse and everything. And that's where she got better, and it was really good for a few years. And then something happened again. She relapsed, and but still, my coworker, she was always there for her daughter, no matter what. And but eventually, it doesn't. It's really stressful because it does happen that they relapse. And but my coworker went through the same ordeal, and as far as the violence went, it went up. It went like a little, I guess, a little more violent than what she'd been before through. But my coworker just stayed with her daughter all the time, you know. And sometimes I would say, "Why are you doing this? Just let her go," But then at the same time, I had to support my coworker too, and say, okay, I'll do what I can to help you too. And just remember that if you need someone to talk to, I'm here. But it was really difficult for my coworker, and her daughter eventually ended up going to prison again. But I think this is for like a couple years for her dealings with substance abuse and alcoholism and stuff like that. But she is out, and my coworker is doing her best again to help and support her daughter, who she is an adult, but she's still really working hard to help her daughter continue to be on the on a good path instead of relapsing and going back. So, but it is a big problem. I'm sure family members can relate to what I'm saying, and because it's not just the public, the people we deal with that go through these things. We as officers, we go through the same thing. Our families go through the same thing. We go through stresses and stuff like that too. And so it's not that we don't know how people, that we don't think that we don't go through this. We're not perfect. We're pretty much, we go through so many things just like our community members do. And, if we could just come to each other and help each other and, get advice from each other, that would be really help. And, but, it's, I don't know if anybody has, family members like, it's just as far as alcoholism, I've got alcoholics in my family. And it all stems from, there's like some criminal things that have happened that also affected my family members. And so, it just goes, leads the wrong way. It goes stemming from, just an easy kind of okay kind of thing. And then afterwards it goes into the domestic violence also. And it's like both the substance abuse and the alcoholism, it's just the stem of pretty much a lot of things. The domestic violence, is a big part. Then of course, kids not going to school, not wanting to go to school. And then it just, and then of course there's the violence as far as burglaries and stuff like that to get money, get money, stealing and or burglarizing places to get things to sell, to purchase these things. So it is difficult, but I know if we could just, everything as far as children go and then how they grow up, it stems from childhood of being a parent, being there for your children, talking to them, spending a lot of time with them, and just letting them know that you love them no matter what. And it's very important that they know that you love them as parents, sisters, siblings, grandmas, grandpas, aunts, uncles, and just show them, as long as, when they know that you love them and that you give them attention to know that you're totally focused on them, and you're into what they are learning and everything else, that makes it so much easier. um, it keeps them out of trouble, having them do things with you at home, cooking, cleaning, going for a bike ride, exercising, those kind of things, doing things like that with them. It makes a huge difference when they know that, you have one-on-one attention with them. And even though, several kids in the family, it's important that you spend every minute of your time with your children to let them know. And it makes sense as they're growing up into adulthood. And it's just, I don't want to talk about myself, but I mean, that's pretty much how I was brought up. I don't think I ever really had any time to myself to get in trouble. I was with my parents all the time. We went out to my grandparents' place all the time. From the time we woke up to the time that we were going to sleep, we were with our family. My parents, my grandparents, my whole family. So, and then on top of that, it builds family values. They learn tech, skills that as they're growing up, that they can, know it when they even leave from school, just common sense stuff, basic skills that they will need, that you can teach them as they're growing up, cleaning, cooking, um, herding sheep, taking care of your horses and stuff, anything like that. Something constructive that you can work, do something with them all the time. And when you go places, take them with you, talk to them when you're driving. I don't know if, I remember when we were little, when we were children, that my dad would be driving along, and we'll be sitting in the front with my mom. Then all his kids will be in the front, and they'll just be talking away. And everywhere we went, going to my grandma's place from our house, going for a drive for a distance. My dad was always talking. And at the time, I used to think, well, what do I need this information for? But later on in life, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. And that's what made me, I think, emotionally and mentally strong in my traditional values. My morals came from my traditional values. Pretty much it all stems from traditional values and how important the unity of the family is, which stems from really being attentive to your children and showing them that you love them, and you can, as a family unit, as one whole family, and staying together, you can get through anything. And so I think that's very important. Other than that, the substance abuse, as far as our department goes, or the police department, we deal with it every day. We will see people, they're just a family. It's just like an everyday thing. But even them people, when they're out there drinking and everything else, they are still people also. And yeah, they've been drinking and everything else. They'll be laid out somewhere, but we still have to treat them with as being a person. Yeah, they have a problem. They have a substance abuse problem of some type, but we still have to show compassion and let them know that we care, and we'll do what we need to help them. Even though we have limited resources, there's several of us officers who are out there. We'll see. We'll see some of our regulars, and they'll be asking for food. Be standing outside, like, I'm hungry. Like, okay, well, what do you want? I can get you something to eat, because it's like being hungry is awful. We'll be working out there, and it's like we don't have anything to eat. Maybe we'll have a snack, but it's all gone or whatever else. So, we just keep working through the hunger. So I'm like, we'll just tell them, okay, let me get you something to eat. Get them something to eat, and they eat. And it's just an awesome feeling to know that you always help somebody, no matter what condition they're in. To have compassion for anybody who's got some type of problem. And even we have kids, adults who are there's like substance abuse, and some of them are really bad to where it ended up, it's like mental situations that happen. Okay. But even then, they are human. They are somebody's child. And us dealing with somebody's child is kind of, we have to, in a way, put ourselves in the parent situation, and be understanding of what kind of difficulties the families are going through. What kind of, sometimes the families are at a loss. They've got nowhere else to go, nowhere else to turn, and it's just us. And at the same time, we have limited resources also. And many times our only alternative is to take them to jail. Especially if they've done, and well, mainly when they've done like something wrong, like a criminal act of some type, we have no choice but to, our only alternative is to take them into custody. There are times when we have the mental health service that we can go to, but even in that, there's some resources that are limited with them. They're short staffed just like we are, so, but they do their absolute best to try to get help or provide help in some way for the person in need. So that's kind of like our only alternative is to take them to the hospital to get evaluated and help them to maybe even start thinking of getting help for themselves, or just letting them know, you know, you have a way out. If you want help, you know, turn to, go here, and that's like usually to the mental health department that we usually send them to. So in most cases, when just, I don't want to say that I know this for a fact or anything, just based on what I've encountered in the past with people that I've had to deal with. Some were court ordered, like to get counseling or go to like a rehab place, and they would come back and start all over. So I'd always ask them, how did counseling, how did rehab go? And they'd say, well, it's all right, mm, they told me to go, so I went. So, but then there are very rare, like some cases, very rarely did I ever come across somebody who said, you know, had a good positive outcome from it. And that was when they voluntarily went over there and, because they did it for themselves. And that one's, it is difficult, but we still have to be compassionate and still be there and help them somehow. And if it means that, yeah, we'll continue to look out for their safety and see what else we can do, as much as we can do when we do encounter them. I think that will be, really helpful. And it's not just from us, family members. Thomas! Yeah, it's like I was still talking and then I just went like that. Like,
So I would like to say thank you to Lucy and to the Division of Public Safety for being with us this afternoon. It's just unfortunate that today's weather has just caused some issues with the technology. So we can't do anything about that. So we'll be moving on. We'll be taking a 15-minute break, and then we will be beginning at 3 p.m. with our next presenter, Mr. Ryan Chi from Loop Elementary School. And his presentation will run from 3 p.m. to 3:45. After 3:45, we will take a break for about an hour and 15 minutes and allow some time for those working to get home. And this evening from 6 to 7 p.m., we will have a self-defense and situational awareness presentation, again from Division of Public Safety. So we hope that you're able to join us again this evening right here. So we will take a 15-minute break and resume at 3 p.m. Thank you. Good afternoon again. Moving along with our agenda this afternoon, our next presenter is Mr. Ryan Chi, principal at Loop Elementary School, and his co-presenter, Ms. Annabelle Small Canyon. Mr. Chi?
Yate, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All righty. Yate, thank you for this opportunity to be here today. My name is Ryan Chi, just as mentioned. Today's topic will be college-bound initiatives, and this is at the elementary level at Loop Elementary School. So we are delighted to be here with each of you, and I do have a teacher with me, Mrs. Small Canyon, who is our Navajo language instructor. So she'll have a part in today's presentation. So we think about this quote from Chief Manuelito: "My grandchildren, education is a ladder. Tell our people to take it." So we think about that, and as I'm at the driver's seat here at Loop Elementary, I think about the self-discipline that was part of his vision, also the mental strength, the mental stamina, and even taking further steps at looking at this quote, we're looking at the spiritual side of things. And holistically, I think there was a lot more to it than just go to school, get your grades, and go to college. There are attributes such as persistence and that longitudinal planning. I know as a Navajo chief, I'm sure that there was a lot of long-term planning involved and preparation. And it really boils down to leadership at his level back in the day, and also with us today as school administrators, community leaders. So when we take a look and reflect at this quote from Chief Manuelito, I think it entails holistically all of that. And so in my vision here at Loop Elementary School, that's really the approach we're going to take, and we're going to and this model that we're going to talk about, No Excuses University, provides a framework to look at all of these different disciplines and different areas in our lives, especially the young student who's still on the journey of becoming an adult and an independent thinker. These are some attributes that we would like to instill in our students. So in that sense, take a moment to think about what it really means to go off and to go to school. But first of all, as is our culture, let me allow myself to introduce myself to you in Navajo, and I'll give Annabelle some time to do so as well. Yat e shikedo shidene. Kudo dishtin koe ni hitka huni loni ki e ni hitchepa he hinsen. Do nen shliniki e kintle chini. Hashkan hat zahoy da shije ash che e da shinale. Ado Kenya ani e da shiche do da shimasane. Ado akudo Loop Arizona boliede ado e yise e chishike ada ni chiseko e ni himasane ni hiche ni hinale. E nha da halyan kon hiyata hol. Ni hiche yada altkeko. E ni yada ho a ado bits ado e the nebazad liniki sto bida huil a ako hehe ba hehen sendishtin ko enigit kahun shloniki ado kin sanade o ultka de ichi higi Flagstaff Unified School District aje 8 kahnash nishko Loop Elementary School e hok e setado ba large setta ko belagana kechigo il elementary school principal wa Diego Eshanan Shin Sen. Ako ba hehensen do ko akonit loniki in hehensen. Thank you for this opportunity to introduce myself. Like I stated, I'm originally from this small community, Loop, Arizona. had the privilege of attending the elementary school that I'm now the principal of, and also very fortunate to have a lot of good families and supportive families in our communities to see the best for our students. And I'm going to give a minute or two over to Mrs. Small Canyon. She's going to play a part in our activity here shortly and give her the opportunity to introduce herself as well. Mrs. Small Canyon?
Gat Arnold Scotia Annabelle Small Canyon Yinshia Adult sit not gin in the slow what it any bushes chain as gone so that shade or trapa hat shinale what our is son and shle Ado Shama Emma Jean Willie she's a gold star mother Nana Shije the late Navajo code talker George Boyd Willie Sr. Ade Ji Hasande Yisanagande, what Shama, Dosh Jeshia by Henson.
All right, here have Mrs. Small Canyon. And my wife's name is Lucretia Chi. She's part of the nursing staff there at the Cardiology Center at FMC. And my parents, my mom is Lorraine Jones Naleen, and my dad is Tom Chi from Shiprock, New Mexico. So thank you for this opportunity. A little bit about Loop in terms of demographics. It's the only school on the Navajo Nation out of the Flagstaff Unified School District. We are a Title I school. We house preschool through fifth grade, about 150 students, mostly entirely Navajo here. Percentage-wise, we do have ELL students, 100% free and reduced lunch. The communities that we serve are Bird Springs, Loop, and Talani Lake. And we're going to treat you like students this morning. This is how we begin our day, and that is part of the leadership process and the College Bound initiative that we have here at Loop Elementary School. And so we're going to pretend that it is a Wednesday morning. Yat ish ashina, thank you for this opportunity to be with you Wednesday morning. Please join me, rise, and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance in Navajo. United States of America, bitahnat ay yisi shilnaliko pampache adishne. Pala ajo ba hasenye hadit Kaya asa asa aniki dien God yete hotilzen. Binache nik eto aheltego ajo ba betzili beta ahini tkam. Thank you. Continue to be with us and raise our hands here as we do our personal student pledge to be our best, to do our best, and to be receptive to our learning today. Ate hadisi teacher, shine, shina, shija. Shije adashle. Akon joneko a ihudesh aheha. You may be seated, boys and girls. Again, we talk about the nek echinantian. What is our teaching today? And today's teaching has to do with ejnitzen, enenzen. If it's to you in a singular form, to acknowledge and respect kinship. Let's say little Gigi says, Yat bin Billy. And Billy will respond, Oh, Yat bin Gigi. So when Mrs. Small Canyon, myself, we greet you at the door and we say Yat Shiyaje, your response will be Yat Oh, Yat So that is kinship, and that's part of our teaching. At this time, we will have Mrs. Small Canyon. Please lead us in this beautiful song this morning, boys and girls. We want to hear you to sing along as we develop our singing and our talents. Oh, how wonderful it is to be here with you. Go, it's all yours, Mrs. Small Canyon.
Oh, yes, Ada yat finish it's okay, that's another the penny kadona that we trust on the sin shina shanon tigi. Ya kita masando ni cheye. Nle nizago tata dokhe. Ade siniki dit ako ya shil hot khaltole. Ye go hot khaltole. Shena sha, shena sha. Shena sha la te kushola ya hey ne ya ahila go na siya. Ahila go na siya. Shay na siya. Shay na siya. Shay na siya. Na te kushala eya hey. Neya. Oh, nje na ko hintad. Sa chida. Nishana ko teacher igos atoles. Ye go na job isn't atoles. Ada pa alt ka in lego. Ye go ya isn't atole to af bahol ban hojo go shin jano ne to af. Ake that's yas.
Yeah, Shema, thank you for leading us, and I'm sure you have other duties to tend to. So hang out with us as long as you can, and we certainly will dismiss you when you feel the need to tend to others. Thank you. All righty, and so this is the kind of how we start our morning every day. And our concluding slide will say, "What comes after high school?" And the whole school will shout, "College," because everybody knows that after college, after high school comes college. Why a No Excuses University? Why did we choose NEU? So let's look at some of the challenges and the data that led us to selecting such a program. And everybody's familiar with these challenges across the Navajo Nation as it impacts every community. We have single parent households, we have fatherless, motherless issues, we have grandparents raising children, we have the remoteness of residents, we have a decrease in language and culture. In terms of government, we have social services and others that are trying to meet the need of our students and our families, but we're coming short of uh, what is truly needed out there in Navajo land and in our communities. And the poverty issue, this is an ongoing conversation that we're having when it comes to our children and our learning. So that's unemployment. It has a lot of domestic violence involved, drug abuse, alcohol, substance abuse, a lack of housing, relationship issues, and most recently, a lot of suicides, unfortunately, in our community. So, this is our reasons why we're looking at No Excuses University and certainly a college readiness model to help change the mindset of our children. So, when we talk about poverty, what kind of impact does that have? If we look at the smaller chart here, look at all households. If you do not complete high school, households that did not complete high school, 26 of those are below the poverty rate. And if we look at a single mom who did not finish high school, 47% of those households are under the poverty rate. So it's a huge issue. It has tremendous impact on the well-being and the experience our children have as young individuals. Now, if we look at this larger chart here, this one talks about the different programs, public service programs that are provided. And particularly, we're going to look at those the light the turquoise-ish colored bar graph here. In terms of Medicaid, if you do not finish high school, 46% of those are represented in Medicaid. If you don't finish high school, 24% of those individuals make up our school lunch reduced program. And we also have SNAP, which is similar to TANF, I believe, which is going to be 23% of those that are involved in that program are those from who are families that did not complete high school. And so public housing is the same as well. So it really has impact on students. It really has impact on the quality of life that we experience. If we look at exercise, I know President Nez and his administration are always promoting health. If we look at the amount and the quality of exercise that our individuals get at the different age brackets, those that have less than a college diploma are more likely not to get exercise and being healthy. So it's more, it extends beyond just eating healthy. It goes beyond, it's providing jobs, it's providing employment. That's what that is all about, and it's so interwoven that it's certainly an eye opener when you begin to look at how much impact it is. And the chart to the right here talks about unemployment. How likely are you to be unemployed if you don't have a bachelor's degree, or if you don't finish high school? So a lot of times 50, almost 60% of those individuals who did not complete high school are at some point are unemployed, or 40%. So it's really eye-opening, and these are the reasons why here at Loop Elementary School we strive to implement a program. So it's called No Excuses University. No Excuses University is a nationwide program. It's offered in every state in the country. We just so happened to join it about, I would say, about 8 years ago. And at that time, we were the only reservation school to be a part of this national program. The design of the program is that elementary really promotes the university and the four-year college institutions. And as the students move into middle school, the middle school's focus would be two-year colleges. And lastly, when they're in high school, the students there are introduced to trade and vocational schools. So it really gives you the whole spectrum of four-year degrees, two-year colleges, and also the trade schools and technical schools and so forth. So it gives you the whole gamut of opportunity. The framework for No Excuses is aligned to six principles, and we'll go over those six principles here in a minute. The beauty of our program is that our students here, K through second, visit NAU for 3 years in a row, from K, first grade, and second grade. After that, they're allowed to travel a little farther, and they get to ASU, and they visit ASU during their third grade, fourth grade, and fifth grade year. And we also have created a new collaboration with U of A, and we do a virtual setup for them third and through fifth as well. So when our students leave the Loop campus, they know NAU, they know ASU, and they have a good understanding of what U of A and those campuses have to offer. So it's very exciting, the energy and the conversations that this program has to offer for our students. These are the six principles that guide us here at Loop Elementary School. And our focus today is mainly going to be on a culture of universal achievement. That is just the simple understanding that every child has the ability and should be taught in a manner and be given the essential skills to be successful. So that's that universal achievement. It's college craziness, if that's what you want to call it. And also the collaboration. Who are your partners? Who are your stakeholders that are invested in your community and share your vision and share your understanding? We'll talk about some of that as well. But these are more detailed conversations: standard alignment, assessment, data management, and intervention. Those are some more in-depth conversations that we could have, but today our primary focus will be universal achievement and collaboration. And so when we start off our morning with our morning announcements, with our morning circle, our part of that is Atte Hatasti, my personal pledge for today. And if you didn't hear it the first time, it's Atte Hatasti Ticha Shinnet Shina Shija Shije Adashle. And that sets the tone for our children as they hear it, and we have that expectation in the classroom. Here's a short clip of them participating as so. So those are our preschool students. They really participate, and here we're talking about the culture of universal achievement, the belief and the understanding that every child that steps foot on your campus can be successful, they can progress, they can achieve the skills necessary to become a productive and contributing individual in our communities, on the Navajo Nation. So as you see, every grade level is assigned a college. We have U of A t-shirts there. We have New Mexico Lobos. We also have the NAU Lumberjacks. So those are all different assignments that we have for grade levels. This model lends itself into the classrooms. We have to have organized classrooms. Why? Because a lot of times multi-families live in one household. There might be three, four families living with Che and Grandma. So we got to make sure they understand what it means to put things away, to organize things, to clean up after yourself. Every classroom has to have a quote. There has to be a big college board that promotes college, whatever you're assigned. It could be ASU, so that board will give facts about ASU. It will give a map of the campus. They'll have all their t-shirts and all of their banners and so forth. That's what it's about. Also, there's systems and procedures for all movement in the building. It's whether it's getting up in line to go to the recess, whether it's getting up to go to the library, whether it's putting away your iPad and transitioning into a different lesson or content. There are systems and procedures in all parts of our day. And the other thing we're finding too is our children of poverty, they don't like surprises. Surprises really throws them off. So we have our students, our teachers provide schedules. So their day is mapped out. They know when they're going to transition. They know when they're going to go to lunch, and they know when they're going to prepare for dismissal. And so those are some of the school-wide systems and expectations that we have. So everything that we do here at Loop is school-wide. Whatever preschool does, that stays that same spectrum, and that same expectation lies out for fifth grade as well. So there's a lot of great programs that we're implementing here at Loop Elementary School, and we've seen wonderful results in benefiting our students due to us doing things school-wide here. We continue with the culture. Everybody has a college board. All the hallways in our school are either named after the bachelor's or the master's, PhD. We have AA degrees, all of those. So our hallways are all named after different collegiate disciplines that you can be awarded there at college. And we have exceptional boards. If you see here, we have, this is where we show our college quality, college bound work. We have academic itineraries. We have a college word of the day. We have alumni of the month. The wonderful thing about this program is when your students go to college, they come back. Mr. Chi, I've graduated. I've just bought my MCAT book, and I'm studying to go to medical school at U of A. So we have a lot of feedback and a lot of return to our community. So it's just beginning to roll, and we're seeing our students give back to our community as well. And we don't call preschool. We'll say the College of Texas Tech come up. We don't say second grade. We'll say, will ASU please join us? So that's a lot of the vocabulary and the academic words we use from college. And we have phenomenal planners that keep our kids on focus. It introduces vocabulary words, college vocabulary words. College-bound thinking. You're always thinking about your thinking, metacognition. So a lot of those skills are built into everything that we do here. What we're finding is when you implement such a program, you really have to familiarize yourself with where the students are coming from. You have to be sensitive to their learning. You have to validate the experiences that are coming with into the classroom. Onboarding needs to be aligned as you get new staff and new teachers to that sensitivity. One thing we do is we take a field trip at the beginning of each year to visit a site and to say, okay, there's no running water, there's no electricity, there's no access to the internet, but these students come to your class each and every day. How are we going to give them the tool set to be successful? So that really opens up the mind and the understanding of teachers and staff as to how are we going to do so and how are we going to approach the challenges. So it's very important. We've realized that you know the students, you know the community, and you know the experiences the child is coming with. The other part where we're finding is relationship is key. It's imperative that you start a good relationship with not only the student, but the household as well, communicating. A lot of our families are of poverty, so that communication piece is not always 100%. So that needs to be pursued and make those connections as quickly and as soon as possible. And being mindful of the literacy, the level of the Lexile level that you're sending out notices to families. We have to be mindful that there is a language gap that exists in our families as well. Part of those 6 principles is collaboration, working with your stakeholders, bringing them into your school, making them a part of your family, your academic family. We have a fall and a spring resource team meeting here. We invite everybody, Winslow Indian Healthcare, Coconino County Services. We also do Twin Arrows. We invite First Things First, a lot of the churches. So we say, this is our vision, this is our need, student needs. So how can you help us and how can we align to make them successful individuals? So again, we also network with all the colleges that are part of our building: ASU, U of A, NAU, Texas Tech. So we've established that communication with them. They send us promotional trinkets. They provide us with a lot of supplies for academic support. So those relationships with our universities has been quite beneficial for our community. This is our end. As I said, 3rd, 4th, and 5th go to ASU. This is our campus visit, and these are our students here. And this is the ASU cheer that they've developed, and they just got in the middle of campus and they shouted out this cheer in front of all the ASU students. And by that time, we had drawn a crowd. And so let's give a second or two to listen to them chant about their ASU college here. So we always have a wonderful time when we go there. These are students that have been in our program, 4th and 5th graders for the previous years. Let's listen to one of our students here.
I want to attend Northern Arizona University to become a dentist so I can help people with their teeth.
Wonderful. So our students are very ambitious. We're excited about setting that mindset of going to college, and the beneficiaries will not only be our school, but our communities, and more so the Navajo Nation. So these are some other other organizations that we network with. We created a farmers market. Early childhood courses are offered here at the school. Winslow offered a family night. We talked about financial literacy, art therapy, parenting. So those were lots of the many ventures that we had with our community. And what were the byproducts? What were the outcomes of for students? As you see the trajectory there, our phonological awareness, the ability of our students to read, that trajectory just took off. And This was pre-COVID, so we haven't had our our COVID numbers are down because of the COVID slide, and that's just reality, and that's expected. So we're going to continue to do our best, but this was pre-COVID, and we're seeing that trajectory, and our students were doing very well at that time. This is another chart that's looking at a comprehension. They're reading our reading data. As you look at that, and once we started the program, it continuously increased into a great direction, and we were very excited and motivated about that. So this just continues to talk about collaborative partners. Who's truly invested in your school community? Who can you partnership with for the needs and the challenges that arise? We have Winslow just came to our campus and worked on our children's teeth there on campus, so our kids no longer had to miss school. We didn't have to deal with absenteeism. We had equine assistant learning that was offered. We had guest speakers. Those were all different approaches that we took on. This is our first things first. Preschoolers right here, they make the best tea on the Navajo Nation is brewed at Loop Elementary School preschool. So if you're thirsty, come on over. We serve it with crackers, okay? So these are just different pictures of different activities we had throughout the day. Pre-COVID, our house would be full of parents. Everyone wanted to get involved and be a part of the progression that was taking place here at Loop. Open gym, we had parenting sessions, literacy campaigns. We had the No Excuses Library. We didn't, any challenge that we thought of, we just met it head on and used our collaborative partners to address those needs. And I wanted to take a quick moment to let you know that part of our commitment to our students in this time of COVID and post-COVID, as we move into that direction, hopefully sooner than later, is the trauma-informed practices here at Loop. And we are invested with a collaborative partner of Texas Christian University, trust-based relational intervention. It's a model that's going to be replicated here at Loop Elementary Schools with different schools across Indian country. So we're so excited. We're collaborative partners with Ken White and our Texas Christian University team. So we're very excited about that. We also use restorative practices. Our staff get good amount of training, monthly training from Texas Christian University. So we also have PBIS on campus, and Panorama is a good social emotional learning assessment tool. If you're trying to identify what the greatest need is on your campus, I certainly recommend you look up Panorama and use that with your staff and your students. So this is a part of TBRI is self-regulation, the ability for a student to self-regulate, to acknowledge that they are out of a green and they're moving to a red or to a yellow. What does my body feel like? What is my body telling me? And we give them strategies to regulate. We give them room within the classroom to regulate. We've even created a sensory room that they can go to if need be. So all our staff are trauma informed and TBRI informed. So it's a really good model that we're utilizing to address the needs of our students. So just communication with parents. Our children deserve better. We need to do all we can as schools to deliver the very best. And this was an assembly pre-COVID. Listen to their class cheers, listen to how involved and how excited students are. Our parents have been filling up the gymnasium during our gatherings, so we have to put out more and more chairs. So it's really excited to see how contagious this momentum is of going to college and having a leadership program such as NEU here on campus. So here is our student body cheering. Please listen along, please. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. I know that there was quite a bit of information, but that's what our No Excuses University entails here at Loop Elementary School. So I know we have about 5-6 minutes left, and I wanted to open up to any comments or questions that we might have before we conclude our session here today. All right.
Thank you, Charity, for that very inspirational presentation. We very much appreciate all your efforts there at Loop. Um, many thanks to you and your staff for doing a great job.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you.
Mhm. So for the remainder of the afternoon, that was our last presentation of the afternoon. As stated earlier, we will have an evening session, and that will be self-defense and situational awareness presented by Division of Public Safety from 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock this evening. So we hope you're all able to come back and join us at 6 o'clock. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. We are in our last session of day one of the 2021 Strengthening Navajo Families and Communities Conference. We appreciate all our presenters today and those of you that were able to attend virtually. We will have day 2 and day 3 Thursday and Friday. So to close out our day 1, I'd like to introduce our next presenter, Lieutenant Don Key from Division of Public Safety. Will present on self-defense and situational awareness. Lieutenant Key?
Hello. Like Ms. Begay said, I'm Donnie Key. I am a lieutenant with the Navajo Police Department, currently assigned as the training commander here at the Navajo Police Training Academy. I've been with the Navajo Police Department here. Now I just finished up month 3. Been here since May. And so this, well, those are my recruits in the background you can hear. Busy here at the Training Academy with all kinds of different things. We were asked today to present a portion of a larger program that we've got related specifically to situational awareness, some self-defense stuff, and as well as some overall life safety skills and life safety planning for this conference. I appreciate the invite. I'm excited to be able to share some of the information that we've got, as well as maybe even get a chance to answer some questions, and if somebody's got some. To begin with, like I said, I worked here since May. Prior to coming to work with Navajo Police Department, I spent the last 20 years in law enforcement from the New Mexico side, working for 15 and a half years with the Farmington Police Department, and then 4.5 years with the San Juan County Sheriff's Office. And so I recently retired in March, and then came to work for the Navajo Nation to continue with my career in law enforcement, helping with what I can. And so I'm super excited to be here. Good things have been happening for us, and I was really excited to see that the virtual conference was happening, and that we were actually going to get to play a part in it. And so I'm going to go ahead and begin with sharing a PowerPoint presentation that I've got here. And so we'll just move through this. And so this is going to be life safety skills presented by the Navajo Police Department, and specifically Navajo Police Training Academy. And so I just got done talking about myself, and so you guys know who I am. And so life safety, when we talk about life safety in general, we're talking about essentially anything that would adversely affect your safety and the safety of those that you're with, your loved ones, and those around you. And situational awareness plays a large role in that. And so, but anything involving safety, personal safety, self-defense, life safety in general begins with mindset. And so owning the responsibility of your own safety is super important, is really the first step in developing a mindset of safety and of your ability to respond to emergency should you experience one. And so with mindset, along with that ownership of your safety, we usually begin this session by asking, when we're teaching this class in person, who here would like to be the victim of violent crime? And we never have anybody raise their hand, and nobody ever raises their hand and says that they willingly will volunteer to be a victim of violent crime. Though they won't admit they would willingly be a victim of violent crime, a lot of the mannerisms and the way in which we conduct ourselves every day doesn't necessarily reflect that. And so people go through their daily lives and they don't take on a mindset that shows that they're not going to be easy victims, easy targets for crime, for violence, and such. And so we utilize an analogy that was made famous by a gentleman by the name of Lieutenant Colonel Dave Grossman. And his analogy that he utilizes is that for the most part, people in society are sheep. He said they're sheep in that they coexist alongside each other relatively peacefully, never really intending to do harm to each other. And so he said they don't have ill intentions or ill will. They're not evil, and they don't want to do bad things to each other. But he said within that same society of sheep exists wolves, and the wolves that he's describing, he's talking about the people that perpetuate crimes against people, or sexual predators, people that commit crimes against children. The bad people in society is who he is categorizing when he's talking about the wolves. And he says within that same society of sheep and wolves, we've got sheepdogs. And sheepdogs, he classifies as the protectors. And this, he generally implies that it's our military folks, our law enforcement personnel, our firefighters, our EMS personnel. But really, what he is explaining is that anybody who has the responsibility for someone else in their lives at any point in their lives, whether it's in their professional life or in their personal life. And so as he's explaining this, he says that these people take on these different roles. And in his explanation of sheepdogs, it's very clear that he's talking about people that are parents, people that are brothers and sisters that are children of elderly people, the good people who are responsible for other people, that have the courage to stand up for people that can't stand up for themselves. So that's who he's talking about. And really, I don't know very many people who don't fit that role. And so recognition of that and acceptance of the fact that we're all responsible for people in our lives. And so we should have that mindset that we can stand up for people that can't stand up for themselves, including oneself, including ourselves. And so it's important that we remember, as we recognize that everybody, the good people in society, we're all sheepdogs, we're all protectors, we're all responsible for other people, that we need to strive to remain informed of things. We need to be constantly aware and maintain our vigilance when it comes to things beyond COVID-19. Even we've been pretty good about maintaining vigilance when it comes to COVID-19, but vigilance in the face of potential crime or other bad things that may happen to us. And so as soon as people accept the mindset that they're responsible for their own safety and they're responsible for the safety of those around them, and then we get to the point where we can talk about first responders versus on-location responders. And first responders is a term that's commonly used to describe police officers, firefighters, EMS personnel, people that arrive on scene to assist when emergencies happen. But the reality of it is when emergencies happen in the moment, when bad things happen out in society, there is a group already on scene who are described as the on-location responders. And these on-location responders are our average citizens. They're just people. And so the goal is that, and the goal that really I'm hoping that everyone takes away from our time today, this evening, is that you think about how would you manage an emergency involving you or those around you as an on-location responder during that time frame, which we're calling 0 to hero, from the point that an emergency happens to the point that resources arrive on scene in the form of firefighters, EMS personnel, and law enforcement officers. What are we going to do to manage that that emergency and our role in that time frame. And when I talk about managing it, I'm not necessarily talking about getting in the middle of things and remaining on scene when there is some obvious safety issues involved in it. I'm talking about your ability to know what you should do or what's the best course of action for you and those around you at that time. And so it's important that we give that some thought. And so some very simple facts that we need to talk about when we're even beginning to talk about the possibilities of the emergencies that we may face is that the bad things of the emergencies that I'm talking about generally can be categorized as violence, crisis, and emergencies. And so violence, crisis, and emergencies come in a variety of different forms and in different ways and to different degrees. And so from a minor incident to a severe incident to a catastrophic incident, depending on what you've got, your response will be situational based on the circumstances. What I've learned in my 20 years of law enforcement, as well as before I was a police officer, I spent just short of 8 years in the United States Marine Corps and experienced combat as a young Marine. And so I've got a pretty good understanding of interpersonal conflict and violence. And so, but what I've learned and holds true is that when it comes to violence, crisis, and emergencies, violence, crisis, and emergencies 100% do not discriminate in any way. Violence, crisis, and emergencies don't care about the color of your skin, your race, your religion, your educational background, your socioeconomic standing. Violence, crisis, and emergencies does not care if you're wearing a first responder's uniform or not. The reality is that violence, crisis, and emergencies absolutely touches everyone's lives, all our lives, the exact same way. Everybody experiences it the same way. Everybody sees it the same way. Everybody feels it the same way. The only difference between people when it comes to violence, crisis, and emergencies, the only difference between people is the response that they provide. Whether that's a response to begin with, or no response, or a trained response, what matters most during violence, crisis, and emergencies is the response that you provide. And hopefully you're able to provide some kind of response. Whether that response is simply leaving the area, leaving the mall, driving away from the area, or if that response requires you to defend yourself and those around you by whatever means that you have at your disposal at that time. And so response is super important. And so we'll get into talking about our response. But before we get into talking about response, let's talk about some of the types of incidents or some of the types of emergencies that we may encounter as citizens of the Navajo Nation. In all facets of our life, whether that's in our professional lives or your personal lives, as you're out and about on the Navajo Nation, and really even if you're out and about off of the Navajo Nation. Some of the stuff that we're talking about as it comes to response and some of the things you should probably prepare for and have an idea of what you would do are things such as some assault, being physically assaulted, a battery, having somebody lay hands on you or apply force to your person with or without weapons. Domestic violence is also a common occurrence on and off the Navajo Nation. A road rage incident, which in itself is I think road rage is something that is probably we're seeing a lot more of lately. And so that there's a lot that goes into road rage. We could talk about road rage for at least another hour. But we should prepare for it. We shouldn't prepare to conduct road rage. we should prepare for being on the receiving end of a road rage incident. How would we respond to something like that? Workplace violence is another thing that people commonly have occur, whether it's workplace violence in the form of some type of bullying, or if it's in the form of some sort of active threat event that occurs, which historically and statistically has been shown to occur roughly 50% of the time when it comes to active threat events, active shooter events, active threat events. 50% of the time, we can probably expect that that's going to occur in a workplace. Robbery, whether you're being robbed of your purse, your cell phone, your wallet, your car, carjacking would fall under robbery. We should probably have an idea if we're faced with some kind of situation, what our response would be. Or something that isn't so aggressive, or something that isn't so violent, but still is aggressive, such as panhandling, is something that we commonly see out on and off the reservation, aggressive panhandling. Medical emergencies also is another topic in which you could spend a whole lot of time preparing for. Nobody expects to drive down the road and find themselves face to face with an accident that just occurred, and having an idea of what's important if you're going to decide to try to help in something like that. And so these are just a brief list of some of the things that we should consider as far as providing some kind of response or having an idea of what we might do should we be faced with one of these incidents. Now, when it comes to response, there's a couple of areas in which you could really focus your efforts. And the two areas that you should primarily focus is, one deals with the preparedness side of things. And that is what this slide here represents, is all the left of bang skills. Bang would be the gunshot, the car crash, the attempted robbery. The event itself is bang. What we're talking about is left of that. So everything leading up to that. And so lots of prevention and preparedness stuff we want to talk about and think about. We should be thinking about. So concentrating on left of bang is what we want to do. The things leading up to a possible event. How do we avoid an event entirely is ideally what we want to do. And so that's where we should concentrate on. And then the event, and then immediately our response to an event, if that's so. And so, when it comes to safety, safety begins with mindset, but running a close second to mindset is going to be our observation skills, the use of our eyes. And this is something that we have, in my opinion, taken a step back as people in our ability to see things for what they are, and really taking in our environment because of advances in technology and the use of a cell phone. And so if you think back on any day that you've gone to a store, a shopping mall, a grocery store, the amount of people that are constantly looking down and at their phones while they're walking forward is a good example of this. And really, people that are putting themselves in very vulnerable positions because of their lack of observation skills. And so when we talk about observation skills, we really, really need to look at how our eyes were meant to be used to begin with. And so our sight, we have essentially two types of vision that we utilize to get through our daily lives. One of those forms of vision would be our peripheral vision. This is everything out to the sides, above and below the center of my vision. All of those areas would be considered your peripheral vision. And peripheral vision serves a couple of purposes. One purpose is that our peripheral vision is designed to pick up movement. And so you see something moving out of the corner of your eye, you instinctively turn your head to see what it is that's moving. That's one of the reasons that we have peripheral vision. The other reason is that our peripheral vision puts things in their place according to our space. And so as you're walking across your living room, you don't run into and bump your shins into your coffee table, because your peripheral vision says that your coffee table is there below you. And so you naturally walk around it because your peripheral vision is doing exactly what it's supposed to. And so those are the two reasons or the two uses of our peripheral vision. Another form of vision that we utilize every day is where we see the details of things. And this is the center of our vision. Our vision, the center of our vision is where we have the ability to read. We have the ability to look at somebody, the color of somebody's eyes, or the features of their face. We can see what's on somebody's hands, including rings. We can see what is in their hands, which is very important to us in our safety when dealing with people. What is in the people's hands? Super important. And so, but understanding how our vision works allows us to use our vision like we're supposed to, as it relates to our safety. And so using your peripheral vision to pick up movement, turning your head, focusing the center of your vision to see things, using the center of your vision to see details, to see what people have in their hands, what are they carrying, to see their faces, to see the expression on their faces. And so lots to talk about when it comes to observation skills and vision in general. And so we really need to make sure that we're allowing our eyes to work the way they're supposed to. And so this is especially important during times in which we might be putting ourselves in vulnerable situations or positions. A good example of this is an ATM machine. If you're using an ATM machine, you walk up or you drive up, we probably should not be dropping our eyes. We should be looking around as we're using the ATM machine to see if anybody's approaching us, to see if there's anybody behind the ATM machine, in case somebody tries to approach you as you're withdrawing money from the ATM machine. That's a pretty good example of when people, I commonly see people sitting there looking at their phones while they're waiting for the machine to process their request. And so really, really important that you pay attention to the times that you're in these positions where there's a potential for something to happen. And so really, really important that we pay attention to the use of our vision. The next thing that we need to pay attention to is how, on top of how we use our eyes, is that we really need to trust what we see. In the world of safety, 1 + 1 always equals 2. Very rarely does it not equal 2. And so you have to trust what you see. If you see it, a lot of people, this is where people find themselves doing a double take at something that they thought they saw. And so we see two common phenomenon with this. One is that people tend to doubt themselves when they see something. And then along with straight up just doubting themselves from what they saw, it's a lot easier for people to rationalize away something that they saw. And so a good example of this would be like a situation at a school where you're pulling up at a school, you get out of your car, you look over, and there's a man digging behind the seat of his truck, and you see just a small portion of what you believe to be the buttstock of a rifle or a shotgun. People are very hesitant to trust what they see on something as simple as that. And so it's a lot easier for people to rationalize it away and say, oh, it was probably maybe the handle of or the bottom of a guitar that I saw that he was putting back there. Versus, I saw something that's kind of concerning. I need to get inside and report what I saw. People rationalize away stuff primarily because it's a lot easier for them to rationalize it away. Then they don't have to deal with the possibility of it being what they actually thought it was. The other thing is that people don't like to be wrong. People don't want to be wrong. It's a guy in the parking lot who was messing with something behind his seat. It looked like a gun, and then turns out not to be. But the truth of the matter of that is that really, in the end, we didn't lose anything if we had raised alarm based on that. And so, really, people got to get back to trusting what they see when it comes to your vision and seeing, recognizing what you see and trusting that it has potentially it has an impact on your safety overall. And then the last thing that I want to talk about when it comes to observation skills in particular is the recognition of suspicion. And this is where really when we talk about the recognition of suspicion, we need to understand, how do we recognize when something is suspicious? And some of the best police officers that I know that are really good police officers do this very well. But the truth of it is that anybody could really develop that skill to be able to see something and say, "Ooh, this doesn't look right. I should not be here," and then I can leave. But the recognition of suspicion is really nothing more than a comparative process. And so essentially all you're doing is creating a baseline for the environment and for the situation. I ask people all the time, how do you know when something is suspicious? And I get a lot of answers like, well, it's out of the ordinary, it looks unusual. But really what they're describing is they're describing a baseline, something that is against the baseline. Recognition of suspicion is a comparative process. And so you're comparing what you see against everything else in that environment, whether that's something that you think is odd based on someone's behavior, their appearance, their demeanor, their actions, their movement even. So recognition of suspicion helps with this stuff when you're talking about identifying potential problems before they even begin. And so really, really important that you take some time to watch people. You'll be a lot safer if you do watch people. And so the goal of this entire section when it comes to observation skills is really we want people to embrace the idea of pushing their vision out, meaning put the phone away, lift your head, see things for what they are, move your head from side to side as you're out and about, see what's moving, who's approaching you, those kinds of things. And so pushing your vision out is really a skill that you need to work on. It's not something that you can do once and say that you're going to do it. You have to work on it. So, but technology, like I said, technology that I've seen has been our biggest what am I looking for here? Our biggest distraction when it comes to this. And so it's really, really important that people understand that. And so observation, close second to mindset, as we were talking about. Now, you hear situational alertness, situational awareness all the time in today's environment. You hear it a lot, but nobody really explains what it is. And so here's my explanation of situational alertness, situational awareness. I think that I like the idea of situational alertness as it relates to people's safety rather than situational awareness. Alertness to me says here and now, right here in this moment. Awareness means like I'm kind of aware of the possibilities of. So situational alertness. Situational alertness is nothing more than focusing on what's important to your safety for your given environment or for the given situation that you're in. And this changes from our daily lives, changes from one thing to the next. And so focusing on what's important to your safety while you're driving down the road might be avoiding distracted driving, putting the phone away, making sure that either a passenger can answer the phone or do what they need to do on the phone. But putting the phone away would be part of your situational alertness as you're driving down the road. Situational alertness would be something like as you're pulling up to the ATM machine to withdraw money. Before you even approach, make sure you look around the machine to make sure that nobody's hiding behind the machine, or that cars, suspicious vehicles aren't parked close to the machine so that people can exit it and get to you quickly. That's focusing on what's important to your safety for your situation. And so recognizing again that it changes from situation to situation as you go about your day. And life happens. Life happens. It's hard to maintain situational alertness all the time. It's impossible for anyone to maintain a heightened state of awareness for long periods of time. And so how we get through that is that we pay attention to when we should pay attention. And so, like I said, one critical time is the ATM. Another critical time is moving from a building to your vehicle, or from your vehicle to a building. That transitional period is when we should be on alert, paying attention to what's going on around us, so that we can get into the building safely, or that we can get into our cars safely. And then it changes from daylight to nighttime hours. It also changes, but life happens, and so it's normal to be sidetracked. It's normal to have that kinds of normal stuff happen. But during the times that you should be paying attention, this is when it's really on the individual person to recognize when they should put the phone away and lift their head to see what's going around them. And so also in violence, crisis, and emergencies, something that holds true all the time is that action always beats reaction. Action always beats reaction. Primarily because it takes a mental process to occur in order for us to react to something that's introduced to us. It takes some mental processing for me to react to somebody stepping around the corner and startling me and approaching me. It takes a process for you to go through to evaluate what you've got, to decide what to do, and then for you to take action. And some people never make it past that second step that I just talked about. Some people never make it past that, where they just get stuck and freeze. And so action always beats reaction when it comes to safety and situations. And so as much as we can, we should probably try to focus on front-loading situations. And this is something that people do that they don't even think about, or they don't think about it as front-loading a situation. A simple version of front-loading a situation is backing your car into a parking spot rather than pulling the car front bumper forward, so that when you leave, you don't have to worry about backing up, and that you know that it's safe to pull out. So that's a version of front-loading a situation. Another version of front-loading a situation would be as you're approaching the ATM to make sure that nobody else is loitering around that might approach you and ask for money. That's a version of front-loading a situation. Front-loading a situation also is a good example of that is a lot of people don't consider that when you put your car in park, your doors on newer vehicles automatically unlock. And so that could be a problem, especially if you are in a drive-through of a fast food restaurant and you pull up behind the vehicle in front of you and put it in park, and the next thing you know, somebody pulls open your door and is asking you to step out so they can take your vehicle. A version of front loading that would be making sure that every time you put your vehicle in park, you relock your doors if you don't intend to get out. That's front loading the situation. Front-loading the situation also extends into things like looking for exits when you enter a new space, whether it's a store, a movie theater, doctor's office, looking for the exits and recognizing if we had to leave this area quickly, then which way would we go? And so really, really important that people try to front load as much as they can to increase their safety. And then alerting others is something else that we talk about, particularly when it comes to situations that might be somewhat dangerous and other people might be entering that same area. A little example that I normally give is that if you were at the local bank in the month of July in Window Rock, Arizona, where the temperatures are going to be pretty warm, and the guy holding the door for you open at the bank is wearing a long trench coat and a rolled up ski mask on the top of his head. Recognizing that and then saying, no, I'm not going to go in there just yet, and then leaving. But as you're walking back to your car, you see a young mother with 2 children walking towards the bank, and alerting others would be pulling her aside to say, I just saw a suspicious man enter the bank, and it doesn't look like a good situation. So you might want to go to another branch or wait a few minutes before you go in. That's a version of alerting others of a situation that they might not be aware of. And so that's situational alertness in a very quick nutshell as it relates to safety. The big bottom line when it comes to this, get yourself safe, get your family safe, get those around you safe. And if you see something, say something. Reporting something suspicious, reporting something that you see based on your observations, based on what you believe it to be, call it in, call the authorities, alert others. If you see something, say something. Having some ownership in that safety and that role as a sheepdog is really, really important. We would like to see more of that. And something that people don't commonly hear and that we don't talk about a whole lot is that when it comes to violence, crisis, and emergencies, there is going to be a general lack of information. You may not know exactly what is going on, what the situation is, or why everybody's running from this store. It's just the way it is. There's going to be a lack of information. There may even be inappropriate or incorrect information initially during an emergency. If you allow this lack of information, if you allow it to feed into something, it will definitely feed into fear, panic, and confusion. And so this is what we want to avoid. We want to avoid anything related to fear, panic, and confusion. And so the quicker that we understand that, yep, I know that there's going to be a lack of information, and accept it. I don't know exactly what's going on. All these people are running from this store. People are pointing. All I know is that I probably shouldn't be here, and I'm taking my family and we are leaving. That's an appropriate response. But allowing fear, panic, and confusion really could drive people to make some very poor decisions. And so we want to avoid that if at all possible, as much as possible. Just understand that during an emergency, all the information may not be readily available to you. You may not have all of the facts. You may not have any information, but you know that it's happening. And so as soon as we can understand that, as we've just explained it, and accept it, that'll help us respond appropriately without fear or panic and any confusion. And so just recognize that. And that's something we don't talk about enough, but it's definitely a factor when it comes to emergencies. Okay, now brings us to self-defense. And so if you find yourself in a situation in which you have to resort to some sort of physical force or a use of force on somebody else. It's already been well established and recognized by the highest courts in the land that everyone has an inherent right to self-defense. You have a right to defend yourself against unreasonable attack. You have the right to defend others against unreasonable attack. Now, this does not necessarily mean that you have the right to defend against the efforts of a police officer. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't want anybody to misunderstand this, but it's talking about unreasonable attack. It's everybody's right to defend themselves, but it's also been invalidated that only that force which is necessary to stop the action may be used. So only that force that is deemed to be reasonable may be used, and so and by whatever means necessary. And so again, this is all situational dependent. We could go on and on about all the different types of what if questions when it comes to self-defense and your use of force in order to defend yourself or to defend someone else. The general guidance is that you need to understand the difference between reasonable self-defense and then going beyond that is something that you should make sure that you understand, is that we don't want to go beyond that force which is necessary to stop whatever action is being used against us, and only that force and nothing beyond, because then you'll end up in an area which is not a good area in which you could potentially be charged with crimes as well. And so that's in a nutshell, that's going to be use of force as it comes to self-defense. Really, really important stuff there. Now, and so really, when we're talking about violence, crisis, and emergencies, I want to leave everybody with this thought here, is that if I told you, what if I told you that I had a crystal ball, and in my crystal ball, I could see in your future in 1 month's time that you were going to experience an emergency, and I could tell you exactly what kind of emergency you're going to experience, what preparations would you make in preparation for that day, for that event? And so if I said in 1 month's time, you're going to have a flat tire along a roadway where you're not going to have any cell phone service, and it's going to be in the middle of the night, and you're going to be by yourself, what preparations would you make? And when I pose that question to people, a lot of people will say, well, I will make sure that I know how to change a tire. I will make sure that my spare tire has air in it. I will make sure that I've got a flashlight in my vehicle, that I've got something reflective to wear while I'm changing the tire along the road. I'll make sure that I always tell people where I'm going and when to expect me back, kind of stuff. And it's that exact mentality that we want people to approach preparing themselves for emergencies and preparing to look out for yourself and your safety of you and those around you. And so that what if question is a really good segue into really safety comes down to the individual, that it's everybody's responsibility to educate themselves, to prepare as much as possible within reason, and that we have an idea that if I'm approached in the middle of the night, what am I going to do? I'm gonna stand my ground and stop people before they approach me. I'm going to carry a flashlight. I'm going to, so some degree of pre-planning, some degree of preparation. And so that's all I've got for everyone at this time. And so that's the last thing that I wanted to leave everybody with was this last slide here, that if I could tell you that you were going to face with something, what preparation would you make? And that's the exact mentality that you need to prepare for things with. And so I don't know if we have the ability to take questions. I am certainly open to answering any questions if we've got some. I don't know if we have that ability or not. So
But if we do find that we do get questions on the YouTube comments, we can always get those questions to you.
okay, I forgot one thing that I forgot to mention. So Navajo Police, we are undertaking a new endeavor, new, in an effort to provide some awareness, some training, some education. We have launched what we are calling the Lioness Project. Lioness Project is going to be an 8-week program designed for empowering women, in particular Indigenous women, Navajo women here on the reservation. The Lioness Project is an 8-week program. They meet once a week on a Wednesday night from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. For 8 different training sessions. We're going to be covering everything from a version of the class that, or the presentation that we just got, that I just gave just now, situational awareness, sexual assault awareness, 2 classes for self-defense, physical self-defense, a class on cyber safety, another class on domestic violence awareness, another class on, let me see here, we have another class on stop the bleed, trauma, first aid type stuff. And so all in all, 8 different training sessions. We also have a 9th training session that we're building in. It's going to be held on a Saturday, and that's going to be a firearms orientation. We'll cover some general firearms safety stuff, as well as they'll have the ability to go out and shoot some firearms just as as an orientation. And so that's something that we're going to be launching. The first class will be held here at the Police Academy here in Chinle. And we will be putting out some information regarding registration for that. Unfortunately, due to the restrictions, we're going to have to limit our class size for the initial class, and hopefully by the time that we come to the second class, things with the COVID pandemic would have improved, and we'll be able to serve a larger population when it comes to that. Participants will be getting a T-shirt. We will be providing a meal every class, because we're pulling these ladies away from their families for the evening, and so we're going to feed them, and so that's going to be coming. And so look to our Facebook page, Instagram, for advertising of when that's going to be open. We will open registration, and then probably I imagine we might have a waiting list of some sort. We are in the beginning talks with Diné College on potentially having them sponsor a couple classes out on the main campus as well. And so that's a program that we're looking forward to launching, and then expanding at some point beyond that. And so I just want to make sure that I plug that in there for us to come.
Thank you for your time this evening. We appreciate it. And we appreciate the work that you're doing out there in the communities. So with that, thank you everyone for joining our virtual conference, day 1. We will have day 2 tomorrow, Thursday, September 2nd. The opening session will begin at 9 a.m. with remarks from Vice President Myron Lizer and Second Lady Dottie Lizer. We will also have presentations from the Navajo Veterans Administration, Division of Highway Safety, Division of Social Services, Navajo Department of Health. We will have another session provided by Division of Public Safety, as well as Department of Diné Education. And for our family activity tomorrow evening from 6 to 7 again, we will have a special paint party. So we encourage you all to join as a family Get your paintbrushes, your paint, your watercolor, and join as a family and paint along with Dion Mitchell of Alogi Kisses. So again, that will be tomorrow evening from 6 to 7. Day 3, we will finish up our family conference on Friday. So again, thank you everyone for joining, for taking the time. We hope you take some